been bought off.
Yeah, I'm not going to let this rest. I
Yes.
spent 5 months. I'm stupid. I don't know. I don't need, we may not need it at all. It's just, I just want to know how to do it if I have to.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10 o'clock. It's time for me to formally open this inquiry. But first of all, can I just check, can everyone hear me? Can those at the back just give a wave? Thank you. Thank you. Well, my name's David Wildsmith. I'm a chartered engineer and chartered town planner. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry and to determine this appeal, which is made by Bloor Homes, ABA Limited, AW Squire Limited, and DW Squire Limited, who I'll now refer to as the appellants, under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, against a decision by Rochford District Council to refuse outline planning permission for the demolition of numbers 148 and 150 Ashington Road, removal of highway tree, form an access onto Ashington Road and a secondary access onto Percy Cottis Road to serve the residential development of 662 dwellings and a community building with associated infrastructure. Details of Phase 1 of 233 dwellings to consider access, layout, appearance, scale and landscaping. Details of Phases 2 and 3 to consider access and layout only. And this is all on land east of Ashington Road and north of Rochford Garden Way, Rochford, Essex. Before I go any further, I realise I perhaps should have just double-checked that the live stream is in fact working. Yeah, I've got thumbs up at the back, thank you. So, for the benefit of those who are less familiar with public inquiries, I just need to explain that I've got a number of opening remarks and matters that I need to cover first. So in a moment, I'll invite those who want to appear and are wishing to speak at this inquiry to confirm their names and details. I'll then need to clarify some of the documentation for the appeal. I'll then explain the procedure to be followed for the inquiry. And finally, I'll set out the main issues for consideration in this appeal. Now, there's quite a lot to get through there. That'll take me 40 to 45 minutes, all told. I'll then invite the representatives of the appellants, the council, and the Rochford supporters group, who are appearing as a Rule 6 party, to make brief opening statements to set out the basic details of their respective cases. I'll then hear from those interested persons who've requested to speak. Following that, which may take most of today, or at least the first part of the afternoon, the inquiry will then move on to the presentation and questioning of evidence from the main parties, council first, then the Rochford supporters group, and finally the appellants. As I say, there's a number of important housekeeping matters that I need to raise. The first is to say that I'm grateful for the council for making the necessary arrangements to hold this inquiry as a face-to-face physical event. But we all, of course, need to have regard to the fact that as a country we're still not on top of COVID. I therefore ask those present as much as possible to continue to socially distance as appropriate, use the hand sanitizers regularly. Please wear a face mask when moving around in this building, but clearly when you're seated or addressing the inquiry, then you can remove that face covering. I think we're all anticipating some relaxation of the COVID guidelines later this week, but regardless of what's announced, I would still request all inquiry attendees to follow the guidelines that I've just outlined for the duration of this inquiry. And in that way, it's my hope that the inquiry can be conducted in a safe and efficient manner. Secondly, I need to make you all aware of the fact that the inquiry is being live streamed on the Council's website. This means that for anyone who simply wishes to observe proceedings, they can do so from the comfort of their own home. You therefore only need to attend the inquiry if you're actively participating. And I would encourage anyone who's simply attending today, simply to observe, to consider not attending on subsequent days, but to avail yourself of the live stream in order to keep the numbers attending this venue down to the minimum appropriate. Well, I'd rather you don't just at the minute, Mr. Foster. Let me go through a few more of my points first, and then when you introduce yourself, you can perhaps refer at that stage. So thirdly, if for any reason any of the intended participants find that they are unable to attend the inquiry venue, please inform the Council or the Inspectorate's case officer at the earliest opportunity. We'll then have to bring into action the arrangements which have been made for that person or those persons to participate virtually. I don't want to spend any more time on that at present because it may be that that situation won't arise, but I have had confirmation earlier from the Council that the appropriate arrangements have been made for that eventuality, and I know that a link to Microsoft Teams has been circulated to those who indicated they wish to speak. Fourthly, I need to have a brief word about emergency procedures, just in case the alarm sounds. I'm told that there's no practice drill today. I don't know about other days in the week. We'll come to that as the inquiry progresses. But if the alarm does sound, it's clearly for real, so we need to evacuate this building. You can see there's one fire exit there. I can see there's another one there. I'm told that we need to assemble near the front entrance, and if there are too many of us, then we need to move to the pavement on the opposite side of the road. So please bear that in mind if the alarm does go. Associated with that, I'm going to mention in a moment that there ought to be an attendance list circulating. I'd encourage you all, please, I can see it's there, thank you. Encourage you all to put your details on that. Obviously, if there is a fire evacuation, then knowing who's attending is important. So please put your details on the attendance list, even if you're not intending to speak. Finally, on housekeeping matters, if you've got a mobile phone with you, please make sure it's either switched off or on silent whilst the inquiry is sitting. Thank you. So I now need to take the names of those who are wishing to speak during this inquiry. So who appears for the appellants, please?
Sir, I do. My name is Miss Sarah Reid, REID, of Council. And I'll be calling two witnesses. They are Mr. Peter Blair. You should have a proof, two rebuttals, and some appendices from him. And Mr. Pycroft, who is standing in for Mr. Gascoigne and giving evidence in respect of both housing and planning matters.
Yes, thank you. Who are you instructed by, please, Ms. Reid?
So sorry, I'm instructed by Bloor.
Thank you. And for the Council, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Andrew Parkinson. I'm a barrister instructed by Stephen Hopkins of Holmes and Hill, Holmes spelled Holmes.
Thank you.
And we're calling two witnesses in the order that we'll call them. First of all, Councillor Adrian Eves. You have a proof and a rebuttal from him, and he'll be dealing with highways matters. And then secondly, Councillor Loreen Shaw, who you have a proof from, who'll be dealing with planning matters. So you've, of course, as well had proof and rebuttal from Mr. Harry Flexman. I don't know if you want me to deal now or later with the position there. I was going to deal with it in opening.
Let's deal with it later, because otherwise we'll go off at tangents and I'll get sidetracked here.
Okay.
But yes, we'll deal with that later, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Parkinson. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the Rochford supporters group, appearing as a Rule 6 party. So, who's representing that group, please?
Good morning, sir. Thank you. My name is Ian Foster. I will be representing the Rochford supporters group. Chris Austin here will assist me whilst I'm presenting evidence. We've got to have some charts that will be in the middle there, and Chris will be pointing to the relevant points as I talk to them.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. Your procedural point, do you want to just raise it now while you're speaking?
Well, yes, sir, I'll raise it now if I may. Late yesterday evening, I received a statement of common ground, a signed statement of common ground on the subject of severity. It was signed by Mr. Flexman, and it says, on behalf of the local planning authority and the Rochford District Council, and it was signed by Mr. Blair on behalf of the appellants. To my knowledge, and it was confirmed to me earlier, no member acting on behalf of the council or elected member was party to that being signed. And we would suggest, therefore, that that should not be admissible as evidence.
Okay, well, I understand the point you're making. You've raised it now. Mr. Parkinson can obviously deal with those points later, but as I said a moment ago, I don't want to get sidetracked from the other points that I now need to go through in my opening announcements. Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Foster. Now, I've also been informed that a number of interested persons would like to speak. Can I check if you're present, please? There's quite a long list. First, I'm going to ask the Right Honourable Mark Francois MP to address the inquiry. Mr. Francois, can I just check that you're present?
I'm certain I'll be speaking in support of the Council, the Rochford supporters for my constituents.
Thank you. So you indicated when you attended the case management conference, Mr. Francois, that ideally you would like to speak late morning or whatever today. I'm expecting to invite you to speak immediately after we have a morning break, which will be close to 11:30, that sort of time.
If that's all right, sir. I serve on the Defence Committee in the Commons. We have a hearing this afternoon on the situation in Ukraine.
Okay.
So this is very important, but if I can, I'd like to get back to that too. So I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. I see no problem in that. In terms of the order for the other speakers, I have no particular order. I'll say it now and I'll say it several times. What I don't want to do is hear repetitive evidence. So I don't want to hear the same point or a very similar point raised many times by different people. A good point will carry weight, whether it's made by one person or many. It doesn't increase in its weight if the more people who make it. So for those people who are going to speak, please listen to what other people have said before you. If they say the points that you want to make, simply tell me that you agree with earlier speakers rather than repeating the same points that they've made. Well, let me just go through this list. I think there's possibly about 18 or so people who've requested to speak. And again, I'll say at this point, I have asked that anyone who wants to speak, I'd like to have a copy of their statement in writing. That's simply so that when you give your statement, I don't have to keep making detailed notes of what it is you're saying. I can concentrate on what you're saying. I can annotate your notes if I need to. So I know that some of you have already submitted a statement, so thank you for that. Any of you present today who want to speak, who've indicated that you want to speak, haven't yet submitted a copy of your statement, even if it's just speaking notes rather than any formal statement, please see someone from the council before I invite you to speak, and they can copy that statement or those speaking notes. Let me have a copy and let the other main parties have a copy. So that's what I would expect. As I say, I know that some people have already given statements. So just let me run through this list of the people who I'm expecting may want to speak, and if you can just let me know whether you're here or not. So Barbara Beer, thank you. Benjamin Crafts? No. Denise Crosby? Here but not speaking. Okay. I've got a Dr. and Mrs. C.J. and J.M. Taylorson. Thank you. Helen Wright. Jane Gay. No. And Jim Cripps. I think Mr. Cripps perhaps wanted to speak at one stage, then said that he needed to shield, but has submitted a written representation. So I'm not seeing him here today, thank you. John Fuller.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So you're representing South East Essex Friends of the Earth?
Yes, indeed.
And I did have a copy of your statement handed to me earlier today. I don't know whether the other main parties did, but we'll check that before I invite you to speak. Thank you. Leanne Dolby. Thank you. Mick Vanner. Ah, yes, I do recall. He said that he wouldn't be able to be here until 2 o'clock. Yeah, thank you. Penny and Mark Hitchman. No. Sharon Taylor Eve. Thank you. Sally Cottis. No. Sarah Jones. Thank you. Kevin Stevens. Thank you. Roger Gardner. Yes. Thank you. I've got a Clark Dolby here. Thank you. So that was the list that I'd got. Is there anyone else present who wanted to speak who hasn't given me their details? Yes, sorry, you are? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear all of that too clearly, but I think I understood that you're saying you're speaking separately and you have submitted copies of. I don't think that's found its way to me yet, but I'm sure it will do as the morning progresses. Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay, thank you. So as I said, as things currently stand, I'm expecting Mr. Francois to speak after the mid-morning break. I'll then move on to hear those remaining interested persons, some in the morning, and then it sounds like it's going to quite likely spin over until this afternoon. I haven't got any particular order, so what I'll intend doing is just calling people in the order that I read out a moment ago, but I just check, does anyone who wants to speak have any particular time constraints, which means that they might need to speak earlier or later? No? Okay, we'll work through that order then. Sorry. If I could speak earlier, that would be appreciated. Tell me your name again. Sarah Jones. Sarah Jones, early. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see what else I need to say there then. I don't think there's anything more. If you want to speak and haven't so far said so, you're not barred from speaking, but the same would apply. I'd need to have a written statement from you before you speak, and I wouldn't want to hear repetitive evidence, as I've said a moment ago. Also, as I mentioned a moment ago, there should be an attendance list circulating. I'm not sure how far it's gone. Oh, it's still doing the round, so that's good. So just a reminder, please, to put your details on that, even if you don't intend speaking. It's obviously made its way well round the room by now. I perhaps should have said this earlier, but clearly if you put your contact details on, personal email on there, then it's possible, well, it's clearly the case that others attending the inquiry will see those details. If for any reason you don't want that to happen, then please just put your name and details on a separate piece of paper and hand that to me before you leave the inquiry. Okay, thank you. So, moving on, Mr. Parkinson, I've received a copy of the Council's letter of notification that was on my desk when I arrived today. I think I'd already seen a copy of that and details of who the letters were sent to. Now, in response to the various notifications, the Planning Inspector has been notified that a number of people wish to speak at the inquiry, and I've obviously just gone through the list of those. In addition, there were a number of people who simply submitted written representations. I just need to check that the other parties have seen those representations. So, of those people who contacted the Inspectorate, but whose name I haven't already read out, if you can just check, please. I've got Christine Jarrett, Elaine Archer, Keith Randall, Steve Kimberley, Julie Babb, Jean Craven, and Christopher Smith all wrote in, sent in written representations opposing the proposal. If the main parties can check whether you've seen those, if you haven't and you want copies of those, then I do have them here and I'll leave them in a blue folder on the front of my desk so others can copy those if need be. Thank you. Can I just check as well, have any of the main parties received any notifications or representations direct? No?
Not that I'm aware, no.
No? No? Okay, thank you. I do need to say, of course, that I've also seen the significant number of representations that were submitted at planning application stage, and I shall, of course, take all representations into account when I make my decision. So turning now to proofs of evidence and statements of common ground, I've received proofs of evidence from all main parties, together with a number of rebuttal proofs. I think 2 from the Council's witnesses, well, say 2. One was from Mr. Flexman and one from Councillor Reeves. 2 from Mr. Blair for the appellants. In addition, I've seen the short time-lapse video which the Rule 6 party has submitted in rebuttal to some of the appendices in Mr. Blair's evidence. Now, I've read all the proofs and the rebuttal proofs. I've viewed the time-lapse video. What I haven't had the opportunity to do is go in detail through all of the appendices to the proofs, all of the attachments, and the core documents.
So may I add, there is no statement of common ground with the Rule 6.
You're one step ahead of me,
Sorry.
Mr. Foster. You know, just bide your time, and we will get there. So I say I haven't had the opportunity to go through all of the documents in great detail. I've done the proofs, the rebuttal proofs, done the video, gone through the appendices, but there will be bits in the attachments and the core documents that I haven't necessarily gone through in great detail. So the reason I'm saying this, I want advocates and witnesses to take me to those points when presenting their evidence. Thank you. So I said a moment ago, statements of common ground. I've got a highway statement of common ground between the appellants and Essex County Council as local highway authority, dated the 29th of November 21. A statement of common ground on housing supply and delivery between the appellants and Rochford District Council, dated the 7th of December 21. A planning statement of common ground between the appellants and Rochford District Council, dated the 17th of December 2021. And a highway statement of common ground between the appellants and the council, dated the 19th of January 22. Now, I am aware, it's been raised already, and I'd seen the email this morning, that there is an extra statement of common ground on highways between the appellants and the council. I'm sure that's going to be highlighted by Mr. Parkinson in a moment. I'm also aware that an attempt was made to produce a statement of common ground between the appellants and the Rule 6 party, but that did not prove to be possible, such that there's no such statement of common ground before me at this inquiry. So that's the point you're making, isn't it, Mr. Foster? Thank you. So for anyone following this inquiry online, copies of the proofs of evidence and other relevant documents can be found on the Council's website, on the planning application page under reference, I believe it's 20/00363/OUT. What I would often do is produce an inquiry timetable, which can also go on the website, so that people who are dipping in and out of the inquiry, as it were, can know at what time certain elements may take place. I haven't done that yet for this one, and obviously things may change with withdrawal of witnesses, etc. But I will do my best to do an inquiry timetable that can be posted on the website later. I just wanted to check, Mr. Parkinson, I don't know if you're the right person to ask for this, but are all inquiry documents on the website? It's the things like the core documents that I wasn't sure. I see a nod from one of your colleagues further along the table. So core documents can be found on that same website. Okay, thank you. So if you heard that, if you hear bits in the evidence and a core document is referred to and you want to check what that was all about, then there is a set of documents out there. Do the documents out there also include copies of proofs of evidence? Have the parties been able to put spare copies of their proofs of evidence out there? If you haven't and you have spare copies, if you're able to, that would be helpful.
So we can arrange that today.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, all documents and evidence should already have been provided, but if you intend to submit anything else, please let me know as soon as possible. And any such documents will need to be supplied in hard copy, but also I'd like an electronic version sent to the Inspectorate's case officer. Thank you. I assume as well that they would be automatically uploaded to the Council's website. Thank you.
So there is one document, I don't know whether you want me to mention it now or it's nothing major.
No. Tell me when you introduce the Council's case.
Okay, of course, yeah.
Do it that way, thank you.
Sir, I'm so sorry to interrupt now. It was we received a message from PINS asking for redaction of... Oh, I'm so sorry. Hang on, let me move that a bit closer. That's too much now, isn't it? Is that better? Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry. We received a notification from PINS in respect of some of the photographs that were included in Mr. Blair's evidence. Are you coming on to that, sir, or do you want me to...
Yeah.
No, it went by, it's all right.
I think, Miss Reid, I think the thing is, I won't consider it discourteous if you don't look at me while talking. So address your microphone, but I know that you're actually talking to me.
That's the difficulty. That's the difficulty. Yeah. We received notification from PINS in respect of the photographs in Mr. Blair's proof of evidence. I know the Rule 6 party's also been working to carry out the same exercise in respect of its evidence. Yep. We've got some hard copies that you may wish to be substituted for those that you've got in respect of those photographs. So we have those available. We have 3 copies, one for the Council, one for the Rule 6 party. So at an appropriate time, if you wish to receive that, that's available. Yes,
thank you for that. It was elsewhere in my notes, but you might as well have said it there. But yes, that's fine, just to ensure that photos have been suitably redacted, and there were a few that needed to be amended. So thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, let me...
Sorry, sir, I should add, likewise, we've got some extra photographs. I think some went out yesterday and they may not have been received by everybody. We'll have copies to hand out.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Foster. Thank you. So turning to the way in which the inquiry will proceed, it's currently been allocated 4 days. Now, the initial time estimates that I'd received led me to consider that that would be unlikely to be sufficient time to undertake all the necessary business, including an accompanied site visit, which I'll return to shortly. So we'll come back to look at duration and site visit in a moment, but on a daily basis, I intend to break for lunch for about an hour at a convenient point at around 1 o'clock when I'll review progress. I'll take short breaks or adjournments mid-morning and mid-afternoon as appropriate, and I'll generally look to the advocates to find an appropriate break in proceedings for those short comfort breaks. I'd hope to not have to sit much beyond 5 or 5:30 each day. Depending on progress, it may be necessary to start slightly earlier on some days, possibly 9:30, if that would be acceptable to the parties. Can I just check, are there any limitations on the time that we can use this room? It looks so it's given over for the inquiry, so... Right. Yep, understood. Thank you. Okay, so the same would apply, that you wouldn't want to sit beyond 5? Yeah. Thank you. And so if this room is given over for the inquiry, then presumably we can leave documents in here overnight, etc. Okay, thank you. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the rules relating to inquiries, I need to explain that the inquiry has 2 main purposes. The first is to enable me to obtain all the information I need to make my decision. The second is to give all those who wish to speak the opportunity of a fair and open hearing. So in summary, the procedure will be as follows. Firstly, I'll set out what I currently regard as the main issues before the inquiry and any other matters upon which I'll wish to hear evidence. The fact that I may not identify a particular matter doesn't prevent it from being raised, so long as it is a relevant matter. I'll then invite the appellant's advocate, Miss Reid, to make a brief opening statement of about 5 to 10 minutes, simply outlining the appellant's case. I'll then invite Mr. Parkinson for the counsel to do the same, and Mr. Foster to do the same for the Rule 6 party. That will help all present to better understand the basis of the main party's cases. Having heard those brief statements, I'll then invite those interested persons who've indicated that they would like to speak to make their statement. Miss Reid for the appellants may have questions for you. I may also have some questions. When all interested persons have spoken, I'll ask the council's advocate, Mr. Parkinson, to call his witnesses in turn to present their evidence. Those witnesses may be cross-examined by the appellant's advocate, Miss Reid. Again, I may also have questions for those witnesses. Finally, each witness may be re-examined by his or her own advocate in order to clarify answers that they've given. When the council's witnesses have been heard, I'll hear the Rule 6 party present its case. As I've said, questions may be asked by the appellants, and I may also have questions. We'll then move on and hear the appellant's case, but before I do, I'll just double check then that there aren't any other interested persons who haven't spoken who feel they want to speak. Because I want to make sure that I've heard all opposing views to the appellant's case before I invite the appellants to present their evidence. So the appellants will make their case following the same procedure. Both the council and the Rule 6 party will have the opportunity to cross-examine the appellant's witnesses, although of course I wouldn't want that to involve any repetition of matters. I will also give an opportunity for those interested parties who are opposing the proposal and who've spoken earlier in the inquiry to put questions to the appellant's witnesses, provided that they've already indicated they want to speak, and provided they don't simply repeat questions already put to that witness. Again, I may have questions for the appellant's witnesses, and Miss Reid will then have the opportunity to re-examine her witnesses to clarify points made. So that will complete the evidence, the main evidence. I then intend to have a discussion on any conditions which might be appropriate in the event that I decide that this appeal should be allowed. I'll return to that in a moment. It will also be necessary to have a general discussion about the planning obligation, which I've so far seen in draft form. That's another matter I'll return to shortly. So on conclusion of that process, I'll first ask any interested party, then the Rule 6 party, then the council, then the appellant to make their closing submissions to me. Just for the benefit of interested persons present, there's no requirement that you make a closing summary of your case. I should say that closing submissions isn't an opportunity for you to introduce anything new to the inquiry. It's simply an opportunity, if you so wish, to summarise the points that you've already made. I'll then establish whether there's any other matters to be considered before making arrangements for the accompanied site visit. Having done so, I'll close the inquiry. Now, in practice, it may be preferable to hold the site visit before the final submissions are given. That gives the main parties a bit more time to finalise their closing submissions. I understand also that there may be some concern about roadworks in the area, so the timing of the accompanied site visit is something we'll have to return to as the inquiry progresses. I don't want to dwell on it at the minute now. As I say, we'll discuss that point later. So that's a run through the way the inquiry will be held. Are there any questions about procedure? Mr. Foster.
Apologies, sir. I should have mentioned that in the opening speech, Mrs. Austin will be sharing that with me. I will start and she'll complete it, if that's okay.
I don't see a problem with that. Thank you. Thank you. So, as I said a moment ago, it's been allocated 4 days. From my initial reading of the papers and from what's been said, I think we may have difficulty fitting all of the business into the currently allocated time. I did refer to this at the case management conference for this appeal when it was agreed that it would be prudent to reserve a couple of days next week, if necessary. Obviously, we'll get a better feel for that once the inquiry is underway. But can I just check the availability of the parties and this room if we do overrun to next week? Room's okay.
Room's okay, and we're okay in terms of attendance.
Okay. Everyone okay?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, good, thank you. So, I said a moment ago, conditions and planning obligation. We'll need to discuss what planning conditions might be appropriate if I was to allow this appeal. I should make it clear to interested persons that this is standard procedure. The fact that conditions will need to be discussed doesn't mean that I intend to allow this appeal, nor does it weaken the Council's opposition to the proposal. I may ask the witnesses questions about conditions when I hear their evidence, and in any event, I intend to hold an open discussion about conditions towards the end of the inquiry. Now, I've not seen an updated list of suggested conditions. What I have seen is the schedule of, I think it's 52 conditions, which were included in the 24th of June 2021 committee report. Can I just check with the main parties, are those conditions still being worked on?
Sir, I'm just taking instructions, but I understand that there was an updated list of conditions that was sent to the inspectorate.
Okay.
Just before Christmas, but we'll check the position, check it with the local authority and revert on that point.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it could certainly have gone through and it might just be one of those that I haven't picked up, but as long as if I can have a copy of that updated list, ideally by close of play tomorrow, I can then go through that. I can give the parties my initial views on those conditions if there's anything I feel that we'll need to highlight sooner rather than later. I take it that the conditions are primarily between the council and the appellants in terms of how they've been prepared. Mr. Foster, I don't know if the Rule 6 party has seen this list of conditions, and obviously you'll be able to make comments on them when we have the open session on conditions later in the inquiry.
Sure, we're fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll make sure that the updated list is passed to the Rule 6 party as well.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I said if I can have that by close of play tomorrow, that'll be helpful. I've also received an updated draft Section 106 planning obligation in the form of an agreement. What's the latest position on that, please? I'll look to both the appellants and the council. When am I to expect a signed and completed version?
So, my understanding is that the content's agreed between the appellant and the council, and we're waiting for the county council to come back on some of the contributions. I think that's the position.
Okay.
So that's right. We're dealing with the solicitor at the county now. There's just been a little hiccup in terms of the availability of the person dealing with it, which is why there's been a delay as far as we understand. So again, we'll revert as soon as we have an update in that respect.
Okay, but we're on target for a signed version before the inquiry closes, are we?
I think so, sir.
Okay. Hopefully, thank you. So, what else have I got to say? Now, I was going to say that I hadn't seen the SIL compliance statement, but I know that that came through yesterday, so I've now got a community infrastructure levy compliance statement in relation to this planning obligation. We'll obviously need to go through that at the same time as the planning obligation later in the inquiry. So I'm close to the end, you'll be pleased to know, but still a few more points. Site visit. Now, I've already, unaccompanied, seen the appeal site and the surrounding area from the public highway. I've also visited most of the other junctions that have been referred to in evidence. I will try and undertake other accompanied visits during the course of the inquiry, and as I've said already, I would intend to carry out an accompanied site visit later in the proceedings, ideally after I've heard all the evidence and before I hear closing submissions. I did ask the parties to work together to produce a site visit itinerary, and that's been done, so I've got details of the points and the locations that people would like me to view. And from Mr. Cripps, I'd also received a plan showing a wider route that he would like me to drive, so I'm quite content to do that. I'm well aware of the fact that the council and the appellants did say that they were content for me to undertake the site visit unaccompanied and give me permission to enter onto the appeal site. That's usually the reason why I need to be accompanied if I'm going onto private land. But the Rule 6 party indicated that they wished to be present, certainly visiting a number of the junctions. So I'm happy to do that accompanied, but it does mean that I'll need to also be accompanied by someone from the appellants and from the council at the same time. And just for clarification, the site visit isn't an opportunity for people to provide additional evidence and bend my ear, as it were. I'm more than happy to have physical features pointed out when we're on the site or undertaking the site visit, but I don't need to hear people's views or any attempt to provide evidence. I'll rely on my own observations and the evidence that's been presented in the inquiry. So as I said earlier, I could carry out the site visit after I've closed the inquiry. I usually like to try and slot it in before hearing the parties' closing submissions, in case anything seen at the site visit needs to be discussed at the inquiry. And as I said a moment ago, it also gives advocates that little bit more time to complete their closing submissions. Do the parties have any thoughts on this? I say I don't want to try and pin down a time for this now, but what's the parties' views on timing of the site visit?
So I think we'd also prefer an accompanied visit shortly before closings for all the reasons you said, and in particular the extra time it will give us to write those closings. I mean, I think at this point it might be a question of seeing where we are by the end of the week and working out the best time to do it then, depending on if we're coming back next week and when we're coming back next week.
Yes, of course. Ms. Reid?
So flexible in that respect, just with the caveat that Mr Parkinson and I and the Rule 6 party have sufficient time to draft our closing submissions. That would be my overriding comment in respect of it. But if, for example, we're into next week in any case and we've had time to do that, flexible.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Foster, any comments about the site visit then?
We did, when we submitted the proposal, put some times in there. Thursday morning is generally a good opportunity to view Ashton Road and the various junctions around here. As I say, we did put those times in the suggestion.
Okay, well, we'll keep it flexible. We'll see how things progress through the inquiry. As I said, ideally, I like to hear all the evidence so I know all parties' views on matters. Do the site visit then and allow the advocates time while I'm doing the visit, as it were, to prepare closing submissions. Okay.
From an availability perspective, apart from the 2 council meetings that are already mentioned this evening and Thursday, I'm very flexible on timing right through the whole length of the inquiry period.
That's good. Okay, so thank you for that. And as I say, we'll obviously have to revisit that, but I don't want to dwell on that anymore just at the moment. So, I need to say that only exceptionally will material received after the closure of the inquiry be accepted. That does include planning obligations, which is why I said hopefully we're on target for the signed version before I close. I need to check plans. I'm not going to go through that in detail, but this proposal is for full planning permission for phase 1, outline planning permission for phases 2 and 3. In terms of plans, I've seen a list of, I think it was 32 plans contained within condition 4 in that aforementioned schedule for the committee report last June. I'm told obviously there's a separate list of conditions, but presumably that one of those conditions will still contain a full list of plans. I just need confirmation that the plans in the condition are indeed those that on which I'm required to determine this appeal.
So that can be double checked, but just for your reference as well, the planning statement of common ground 3.2.1 contains an agreed list of plans.
Okay, thank you. I've got that to hand. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, just on your point about not submitting further information post-facto.
Yes.
I'll refer in my evidence to an FOI request on my outstanding questions. It could be that will come in the next couple of weeks. But for reasons I've explained, I believe it's germane. So I would ask your leave to submit the answer when I get it.
I'll have to consider that, Mr. Francois, say for the reasons I've already given. Okay. Okay, so I need to just say costs. No party so far indicated it intends to make any application for costs, but at the case management conference, the appellants reserved their position on this matter. I just need to say if any application is to be made, the planning practice guidance makes it clear that as a matter of good practice, it should be made in writing, ideally before the inquiry. I've received no such application. Do any parties currently anticipate making an application for costs?
No, sir.
No. Okay, thank you. So I can move on, almost finally, to the main issues. Based on the evidence before me, and as agreed at the case management conference, I consider the main issues in this case to be, firstly, the extent to which the proposed development would be consistent with the development plan for the area, and the weight to be given to relevant development plan policies. Secondly, the effect of the proposed development in traffic and transport terms on the safety and convenience of users of the nearby highway network. Thirdly, whether any submitted planning obligation and planning conditions would adequately and satisfactorily address the impacts of the proposed development. And I've added a fourth, really, which is how the overall planning balance should be assessed. And again, as I indicated at the case management conference, the appellant's case will also need to cover any other relevant matters raised by the other parties or by interested persons. Anyone have any comment on the main issues? Is my microphone still working? It sounds though it's gone a bit. We're still okay at the back? Okay, thank you.
So no comments in respect to the main issues, but I have just received instructions that when people are speaking from the floor, the live stream isn't picking it up. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Sorry, say that again. What is being picked up live?
When members of the public are speaking,
yes,
the live stream isn't picking up what they are saying. So it's picking up those of us with
I've got
microphones,
you, yes.
but not members of the public.
Okay, well, when members of the public do speak, I'll invite you to come to the witness table. So you will be picked up at that stage. So anything that's not been picked up so far, I've got a strange echo here, isn't there, at the minute? Anything that's not been picked up so far, I don't think is necessarily germane to, or particularly germane to the inquiry, but people speaking, presenting their cases will be picked up because you'll be at the witness table. Okay, thank you. So I've been through the main issues. I've said that. I've checked whether there's any comments on the main issues. That actually concludes my opening announcements. So what I would do now, I'll invite the three main parties to make their opening statements. Then I'll look to have a mid-morning break, and then after that we'll hear from Mr. Francois and then other interested persons. So, Miss Reid, can I invite you to make the opening statement for the appellant? And do you have written copies?
I do, sir. I'll just ask them to be circulated because I'm stuck in the corner here. So I think I can pass one to you, but I'll just ask those to be circulated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All I would say, Miss Reid, is make sure you're nice and close to the microphone. Yes. and address the room rather than me. Thank you.
It's a difficult balance between echoing and not being heard.
Well, I'll turn mine off. I don't know if there's any feedback, but I'll do that while I'm not speaking at the minute.
So this is an appeal against the refusal of an application for 662 dwellings, community building and associated infrastructure on land east of Ashington Road and north of Rochford Garden Way. 232 of the proposed dwellings will be affordable homes. The site is located at the top of the council's settlement hierarchy and is allocated. This is, therefore, a genuinely plan-led scheme which delivers the council's strategy and planned growth for its area. It is a scheme for sustainable development that complies with both the development plan and the framework. There was a single reason for refusal in respect of the scheme. In summary, this was that the development would result in a severe impact on the local highway network. The council's single reason for refusal does not bear scrutiny. Applying the test in framework, paragraph 111, the chronology in respect of the consideration of the application and the appeal demonstrates clearly that the highway impacts of the development would be acceptable. By way of summary, 1, through the application process, there was extensive and positive engagement between the appellants, the statutory consultee, the Highways Authority, and the professional officers of the LPA. This included some 7 pre-application meetings with planning officers and a planning performance agreement. The professional opinion of the Highway Authority, as set out in its consultation response and as subsequently confirmed in a signed statement of common ground, is that there would be no unacceptable impact on highway safety and that the residual cumulative impacts of the proposed development would not be severe. In 2 carefully considered reports, the senior professional officer of the local planning authority, the Assistant Director of Place, agreed and twice recommended to members that the scheme should be approved. In accordance with Council's advice, which was appended to the officer's report to committee, members were advised that the opinion of the statutory consultee should be accorded significant weight and that there was no evidential basis to refuse planning permission and that it would not be reasonable for the council to do so. That was plainly right. The Highways Authority is the statutory consultee, and there is an obligation for the local planning authority to have regard to its consultation response as a material consideration. Further, it is a well-established principle that great or considerable weight should be attributed to the view of the statutory consultee, and where the LPA departs from it, there must be cogent and compelling reasons for doing so. Members nevertheless refused planning permission for the development without any technical evidence to support their position, contrary to the recommendations of their professional officer and the Highway Authority. There was a single reason for refusal, that was that the development would result in a severe impact on the local highway network. Nor did the local planning authority's reason for refusal cite conflict with any policies of the development plan. As already set out, it is clear that there is compliance with the policies of the development plan. The scheme is for the development of an allocated site that positively delivers the council's own strategy for growth in accordance with its own plan. At the CMC, however, it was confirmed on behalf of the local planning authority that although there is absolutely no reference to highway safety in the reason for refusal, the LPA wished to add to its reason for refusal by alleging that there would also be an unacceptable impact on highway safety. At the point that this was confirmed, the LPA did not have any technical evidence to support that position either, which was, as already set out, contrary to the recommendation of the local authority's professional officers and the Highway Authority. Following the CMC, the council instructed an external professional witness to defend members' position. However, that professional witness has subsequently confirmed in a signed statement of common ground that there would not be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and the local planning authority, again, no longer pursues the points relating to highway safety. The LPA's position has therefore reverted to that set out in the reason for refusal, that is, that its single reason for resisting the scheme is that it considers that the development would result in a severe impact on the local highway network. However, the local planning authority's own professional witness has now also, in a signed statement of common ground, agreed that, following mitigation, the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would not be severe. Accordingly, the professional witness engaged by the local planning authority to defend the appeal also agrees that there would be no conflict with paragraph 111 of the framework. This is therefore a scheme that has been rigorously and extensively assessed by multiple experts on multiple occasions. Firstly, by the appellant's transport consultants through the TA and TAA. Secondly, by the appellant's expert witness through his review of the scheme. Thirdly, by the Highway Authority. Fourthly, by the local planning authority's professional planning officer on 2 occasions. And now by the professional witness instructed by the council to defend its appeal. And the consensus of all of the professionals is that there would not be an unacceptable impact on highway safety and that the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would not be severe. Thus, whilst the concerns of residents are acknowledged, it is submitted that significant weight can be attributed to the professional consensus. The evidence here is clear and compelling, and the professional consensus provides a robust basis for concluding that the highways impacts of the scheme, following mitigation, will be acceptable. Nevertheless, and notwithstanding the consensus that has been reached by the professional experts, including the expert appointed to defend the local planning authority's case, it is understood at the time of writing, and that was on the eve of the inquiry, that members would still continue to assert that the residual cumulative impacts on the highway network will be severe. And the appellants will say that the local planning authority's position is wholly unsupported and is unsupportable. The proposal accords with all policies of the development plan and the framework. It is manifestly a scheme for sustainable development within the meaning of the framework. Pursuant to section 38(6) of the PCPA, Planning Compulsory Purchase Act, the starting point is the development plan. The development plan is the council's carefully considered plan that sets out how the development needs of the district are to be met. MPPF paragraph 15 provides that the planning system should be genuinely plan-led. The proposed development is genuinely plan-led because it brings forward much-needed housing and affordable housing on a site that the council has chosen to allocate for development in its own development plan. This is a policy-compliant, plan-led beneficial development. The appellants are delivering development in accordance with the council's own strategy for growth. The district of Rochford is heavily constrained by environmental and physical constraints, including greenbelt, landscape designations, and congestion across the district. The council, when it adopted its core strategy, considered all of those constraints and took a balanced view as to distribution of growth to meet its housing needs, and directed development to the most sustainable locations in the district. These were the least constrained locations for growth in the district, and where there are opportunities to encourage alternative sustainable transport solutions. This approach is plainly in accordance with the framework. Rochford Ashington is identified as a Tier 1 settlement in the core strategy, and therefore sits right at the top of the council's settlement hierarchy. The council's own development plan therefore recognises the settlement as one of the most suitable and sustainable locations in the district, to which housing growth should be directed in principle. The Highway Authority and the Local Planning Authority agree that the appeal site is within walking and cycling distance of a significant range of local facilities and services. Further, the appeal site is an allocated site and is therefore a site to which development should be directed in accordance with the council's own strategy. As the council's senior professional officer recorded in the officer's report, the council's development plan has been subject to extensive consultation with residents across the district and independent scrutiny through independent examination process to adoption. Given the allocation and policy support for the development of the site, the officer also correctly concluded that no objection can reasonably be made to the proposed development on the site as a matter of principle. The delivery of a sufficient supply of good quality housing is a national priority, but it is also expressly a priority of the council's development plan. The council has identified appropriate locations to accommodate the growth required, and this settlement and the appeal site specifically is expressly so identified. The position that appears to be promoted by objectors, the Rule 6 party and councillors, whereby the necessary growth identified through the adopted development plan should not be brought forward on an allocated site in a top-tier settlement, is not one that is supported by national policy, the council's development plan, or the plan-led system. Added to this, the council's housing needs are acute. The council is failing to deliver the homes that its residents need in accordance with the stated priorities of the development plan and national policy. It has never been more important that sites identified and allocated by the council in its own development plan as appropriate for growth in principle are allowed to come forward to meet those critical housing needs. Since 2008-9, there has been a persistent and year-on-year failure to meet even the constrained housing requirement identified in the plan, 250 dwellings per annum. Without the appeal site, it is agreed that the council cannot meet even its even its constrained housing requirement to the end of the plan period. It is further agreed that given the shortfall against the adopted housing requirements, the delivery of housing on this allocated site carries a minimum of significant weight. However, it is also agreed that the council's housing requirement is a constrained figure and is out of date because it does not reflect the requirements of the framework, which set a higher local housing need figure. In accordance with national policy, the council's housing need figure has increased to 362 dwellings per annum. There is therefore a need for additional land to come forward, but as a minimum, it is clearly imperative that sites that have been allocated through the plan-led system come forward to meet needs in a timely manner. The council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply in accordance with the minimum requirements of national policy. The council can only demonstrate a 4.04-year housing land supply, and the shortfall, which exceeds the annual requirement for an entire year, is plainly significant. The council accepts that significant weight should be afforded to the delivery of additional housing in these circumstances. It is plainly right to do so. Additional sites need to be released now to meet the council's housing needs going forward. The position in respect of affordable housing is also stark. There has been a cumulative shortfall in affordable housing in every single year since the start of the plan period in 2006. The cumulative shortfall in affordable homes now stands at over a whopping 1,600 homes. The most recent data shows that there were some 774 households in Rochford on the affordable housing waiting list. The council's forward supply of affordable homes for the next 5 years is agreed to be 471 homes. That's for the next 5 years. That will not begin to scratch the surface of addressing the shortfall of over 1,600 affordable homes, let alone account for newly arising need. Those are homes that real people in real need require now. The position is acute, and the outlook is bleak, and it is sobering. And the council is right that the addition of 232 affordable homes to the projected affordable housing stock, and which will be delivered through the implementation of the appeal scheme on an allocated site, should be accorded very significant weight in the planning balance. Those are homes that are desperately needed now. It is agreed that the tilted balance applies in this case because the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. In those circumstances, it is plainly a significant benefit of this scheme that the proposal will be brought forward in accordance with the policies of the adopted development plan. For those reasons, it is critical that this allocated site, in a location that sits right at the top of the council's settlement hierarchy, is allowed to come forward now in accordance with the council's own plan to meet the significant housing needs of the district. The scheme will deliver a raft of additional benefits, including economic benefits, public open space, including youth facilities, allotments, natural space, and a locally equipped area of play, a community building on the site, flood alleviation, off-site tree planting, electrical vehicle charging points, and additional highway improvement and sustainable transport measures, which I'll return to below, which will benefit new and existing residents alike. The local planning authority agrees that all other development impacts can be adequately accommodated in this case, and the very significant obligation package contained in the 106 obligation contains obligations towards healthcare, school and expanded early years and childcare, libraries, improved waste services and local youth facilities. This is plainly a scheme for sustainable development that is in accordance with the framework and the development plan. It is exactly the type of scheme that the council should be welcoming with open arms and without delay in accordance with paragraph 11, of the framework. When understood in its proper context, the Council's single reason for refusal does not bear scrutiny. First, as set out, whilst highway safety did not form part of the reason for refusal, it was added subsequently by the local planning authority. However, there has always been professional consensus between the appellant, the highway authority, and the local planning authority's professional officer that the scheme will be acceptable in highway safety terms. The professional consultant engaged by the Council to defend the case has now also confirmed that the scheme will be acceptable in highway safety terms, and that underscores the point yet further: the scheme will plainly be acceptable in highway safety terms. In particular, whilst there will be a reduction in the width of the pavement outside the Holt Farm schools, the proposed pavement width will remain at 3.25 to 4.4 metres and will continue to provide an adequate and safe space for users even during the short periods of peak intensity. Further, additional features will in fact enhance the pedestrian and cycle environment and highway safety in the vicinity of the schools, including upgrades to the Toucan crossing, the erection of LED advanced warning signs to the school, where currently there are none, and some 20 metres of additional guardrail in the vicinity of the school. The design of the scheme has been subject to an independent road safety audit and is acceptable in highway safety terms. And the Council has now withdrawn its objection that the package of measures is simply renewing that which exists. The net result in respect of highway safety is plainly beneficial. Highway capacity has also been carefully considered. The Council says that it accepts the principle of development on the site as a result of its allocation. That must be right. What that means, however, is that it is inevitable that there will be additional trips that are generated associated with bringing the site forward for development in accordance with the allocation within the plan. As already set out, the professional consensus is that the residual cumulative impacts on the highway network would not be severe, and that the scheme is in accordance with the framework, paragraph 111. The Highway Authority and the Local Planning Authority's professional witness accept that the appellant's modelling in respect of Junction 2, the site access, Junction 1, Ashington Road, Rectory Road, Junction 5, the Southend Sutton Road or Amber Limb roundabout, is appropriate. The outputs of the modelling demonstrate that, following mitigation, those junctions will operate within capacity and will in fact perform better than the base case without development. The Local Planning Authority's professional witness has not challenged those conclusions in his evidence, and the Highway Statement of Common Ground with him confirms that there are no outstanding issues between the professional witnesses. Following further discussion, revised modelling results in respect of Junction 3, the Ashington Road Roch Avenue junction, have also been agreed between the experts as an alternative reasonable approach to modelling. However, even in the worst case, residual impacts demonstrated in that model can be acceptably mitigated by a simple scheme secured through the Section 106 obligation as set out in the evidence of Mr. Blair. This demonstrates that, following mitigation, this junction can also work within capacity and the position will again be better than the base case without development. The deliverability and the effectiveness of such a mitigation scheme has been accepted by the Highway Authority and also by the Local Planning Authority's professional witness. It is agreed that this mitigation can be delivered through the obligations contained in the Section 106 obligation. The appellants and the Highway Authority consider that the modelling at Junction 4, Ashington Road, Hall Road, West Street Junction, is robust. The Local Planning Authority's professional witness has raised no issues with that revised modelling by Mr. Blair, which demonstrates better results than those which the Highways Authority accept. It has long been accepted that the forecast traffic impacts cannot be mitigated by highways improvements at this junction because, as recognised in the officer's report to committee, no junction improvements are possible here because of constraints on the ground. the Highway Authority accepts that the suite of non-highway work mitigations which enhance sustainable travel, encourage modal shift and promote active travel are suitable mitigation. These issues were known when the council allocated the site, and nevertheless growth is anticipated in this top-tier settlement and on the appeal site specifically, and the council accepts the acceptability in principle of the proposed development. Indeed, the policies of the core strategy expressly recognise that, given the constraints in the district, in order to deliver the necessary growth, some highway impacts are, in the words of policy T1, inevitable, and it therefore commits to working with the Highways Authority to resolve wider issues within the network, and specifically along Ashington Road, policy T2, whilst simultaneously directing development to the most sustainable locations and encouraging developers to deliver initiatives to reduce reliance on the private car and implement schemes to deliver appropriate improvements where possible. That is exactly what is proposed here. The scheme will secure a number of additional benefits in highway and sustainability terms. These include pedestrian and cycle links will be provided across the appeal site and will open up alternative routes to King Edmund School and Waterman Primary School, diverting pedestrians and cyclists off Ashington Road and removing pedestrians and cyclists from the Holts Farm School's frontage. Additional significant contributions towards enhancing sustainable transport choices, including upgrades to cycling infrastructure to connect with the town centre and employment sites, bus stop upgrades and service enhancements, and a commitment to what the highway authorities agree is a comprehensive travel plan that will further reduce reliance on the private car. Those measures will have a positive impact for the benefit of both residents of the appeal site and also the wider community. The provision of dedicated off-street parking for the school drop-off and pick-up is a further benefit of the scheme because firstly, the spaces will be dedicated, and secondly, there will be a net increase in the number of spaces available over those existing now, and the council has withdrawn its objection in respect of parking. A Section 106 obligation secures a sum of money for amenity enhancements at the school, which can provide an additional focal point for off-street gathering for pupils and parents at school drop-off and pick-up time. In short, there is now professional consensus that the scheme will be acceptable in terms of highway safety. The residual cumulative impacts of the scheme will not be severe within the meaning of the framework and will be mitigated as far as practicable, but in any event to an acceptable degree in accordance with Framework 111 and will deliver positive sustainability and highway benefits. The proposal is in accordance with the policies of the development plan, including those relating to traffic, T1, DM31, and also SER8, which allocates the site for development. For all of those reasons, the appellants will submit that this is a scheme for sustainable development. The tilted balance applies in this case, and it is a significant benefit of the scheme in these circumstances that it is a truly plan-led scheme. It is a scheme that positively delivers against the Council's own strategy for growth, in accordance with the policies of the development plan, in a settlement at the top of the settlement hierarchy, and on a site that has been allocated for development. The scheme will provide a package of benefits, including much-needed housing and affordable housing, where there is an acute and critical need to deliver the same. The adverse impacts of the scheme do not come close to significantly and demonstrably outweighing the benefits of the scheme when assessed against the provisions of the framework as a whole, and it will be respectfully requested that the appeal is allowed and permission is granted accordingly. So unless you have any questions at this stage, those are my opening submissions.
No, thank you, Ms Reid. That's very comprehensive, well in excess of your 10-minute estimate, I'm afraid. So that's the... And please, no applause. It's a public inquiry. It's not a public meeting. Thank you. I hope that the other estimates that you've given can be more closely stuck to. Thank you. Mr Parkinson, can I ask you to now please outline the council's case? Is the one...
Have you got a copy of this already?
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
I think copies have just been passed around. Also, can I check, if it's like this, can you hear it okay? Okay, I'll leave it there.
I'll turn this one off again when you're in. I don't know if there is any interference between the two, but I'll turn it off when I don't need to be speaking.
Thank you, sir.
I've still not got my copy.
Oh, you've still not got yours?
I'm waiting for it to arrive.
First, let me give you mine, because I've got it on my computer.
Are you sure? Sorry, I think there's a spare one here. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Parkinson.
Thank you, sir. The council's case at this inquiry is simple, but it's fundamental. The appeal scheme would have an unacceptable impact on the road network. Why this is the case will be explored in detail in the evidence of Councillor Eaves, and as this is just an opening, I'll set out some preliminary points now at the outset. First point, Ashton Road is a Priority 1 road that plays a vitally important role for journeys into Rochford town centre, and it's already congested. Second, that congestion has got worse, not better, in the decade since the core strategy was adopted back in December 2011, and when development in this location was first provided for in the development plan. Then it was considered important that new development be accompanied by requisite highway infrastructure improvements to mitigate their impact on the existing network. That's a quote from the core strategy. Unfortunately, despite best efforts and the improvements that have been delivered in recent years, it's not yet been possible to deliver the original intention that infrastructure improvements would mitigate the impact of new development on the highway network. That's nobody's fault. It's just the reality of the physical constraints of the highway network in a district that, and again, this is a quote from the core strategy, does not lend itself to travel without the use of a private car. And the challenges of converting that intention back in 2011 into reality in 2022. If permitted, this development will result in the intolerable levels of congestion, again a quote from the core strategy, that it was feared would occur without a long-term strategic highway solution. And nowhere is that more clearly demonstrated than at the Ashton Road, Hall Road junction, which the parties are referring to as Junction 4. There, on the appellant's own figures, in the AM peak in 2029, without the development, the average delay on the Ashington Road approach would be 140 seconds per passenger car unit, and the average maximum queue would be 33 vehicles. The effect of the development would be to increase this delay to 451 seconds, with an average maximum queue of 118 PCUs. The appellant's bland admission that the addition of development traffic will add to delay and queuing somewhat understates the impact of a development that will increase the delay on this key approach by over 200%, from 2.5 minutes to 7.5 minutes, and increase the average maximum queue by 85 PCUs. And the position's no better in the PM peak. And so I'm just going to pause there to say that we'll hear a lot, no doubt, about the modelling being accepted. And we say that that's a distraction from the real issue of what those models, even on the appellant's case, actually show. And you'll note that there's been no reference so far to the real-world impacts at that roundabout in terms of delays and queues from the appellant. It's a key point. Also very important is the fact that there's nothing that can be done about it. Junction 4, and I'm just going to call it Junction 4 from now on because that's what all the proofs refer it to. Junction 4 has already been improved since the core strategy was adopted, and it's recognised by all parties that there's no scope for further improvement. And all of that is on the appellant's own most up-to-date figures. In the course of the appeal, Mr. Blair has tweaked the modelling inputs in the original transport assessment and its addendum, although all in one direction. In particular, he's adjusted the temporal growth rates and the vehicular trip rates originally adopted, resulting in an improvement in junction capacity compared to the previous position. The Council has accepted that this is acceptable, But it's also no part of Mr. Blair's evidence to say that the approach adopted by his colleagues in the original TA or TAA was wrong or unreasonable. Therefore, the reasonable range of impact at junction 4 could extend, based on the figures presented to the Planning Committee originally, to a delay of almost 9 minutes on the Ashington Road approach and an average maximum queue of 137 PCUs. The appellant's answer to all of this is to say people will adjust their behaviour by taking alternative modes of transport, alternative routes, or journey times. This is an exercise in wishful thinking. Alternative routes are limited, and work and education commitments limit the flexibility of moving journey times. The appellant's travel plan target, even if realised, will only result in a small reduction in trips in the critical peak hours. Limited weight should be given to all of these inherently uncertain factors. Whether or not they have any effect will only be known after it's too late, and the effect will be felt by the residents of Rochford long after this inquiry has concluded. Finally, it's anticipated, rightly, having heard the appellant's opening, that a repeated refrain from the appellant will be the fact that Essex County Council, as Highway Authority, considered that the development was acceptable. However, the question of severity is one of judgment. There are no thresholds that must be crossed, and it's a judgment that paragraph 111 of the MPPF entrusts on the local planning authority in the first instance, and now you, sir, and not the Highway Authority. Plainly, you'll rightly give the views of ECC great weight. I'm not going to say otherwise. However, its judgment, as with any organisation, is not infallible, and nor can it be tested at this inquiry. Ultimately, Mr. Bair's latest model outcomes are common ground, but they also speak for themselves. The issue now is simply to reach a judgment on whether or not those outcomes are acceptable and likely to change or not. That judgment's for you, guided not only by the weight that should be given to ECC's opinion, but also the real-life, not modelled opinions of local residents and their representatives who experience the reality of traffic in Rochford on a daily basis. Moving beyond congestion, the Council's worked proactively with the appellant to narrow the range of issues in dispute at this inquiry. A concern about pedestrian safety has been resolved following pedestrian survey information provided to the Council's consultants on the 7th of January. In light of the terms of the Section 106 agreement, the Council no longer raises an issue with the provision of on-site parking spaces for school drop-off and collection. And it's also accepted, following the pedestrian survey information, that the reduction in the width of the pavement outside Holt Farm Infant School is not unacceptable, but, and it's an important but, the Council agrees with ECC that it would be a significant downgrade from what's already in place and is therefore undesirable from an education and public health perspective. And that's a quote from their consultation response. Significant remodelling work has been done by the parties in respect of the Ashington Road, Daly's Road junction, junction 3. It's now agreed that the initial modelling presented to the Planning Committee did not take into account the effects of unequal lane usage on the approach to the Ashington Road. That meant that even with Mr. Blair's adjustments to the original TAA and the proposed mitigation, or the originally proposed mitigation, the junction would be overloaded in 2029, resulting in queues on that approach of 79 PCU and a delay of over 4.5 minutes. The Planning Committee had been told that the junction would operate within theoretical capacity and that there would be an improvement to the baseline position in 2029. Late last Wednesday afternoon, half an hour before rebuttal proofs were due, Mr. Flexman was made aware of the fact that Mr. Blair had designed an alternative mitigation strategy for this junction. In short, the alternative mitigation proposed reverts back to a single, larger, single-lane approach. Mr. Flexman's content that this new mitigation is deliverable and would adequately mitigate the impact of the development to an acceptable degree in accordance with paragraph 111 of the MPPF, resolving his concerns. And so I'll just pick up there the point made by Mr. Foster. Quite rightly, it's important that I clarify that. The Statement of Common Ground, Highway Statement of Common Ground 2, we're calling it, is signed by Mr. Flexman. And I've just seen the lettering's off. What should be letter D, but is B.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't follow that bit.
Sorry, I'm just looking at it. It's got letters on the second page, A, B, C, and then it reverts back to B for some reason.
All right, I've not got a hard copy of that yet. I've seen an emailed copy, but not a hard copy.
I'll just say what it says. It says, Mr. Flexman accepts that the residual cumulative impacts on the highway network would not be severe. So this records Mr. Flexman's professional opinion. It does not reflect the council's case. You've heard already what the council's case is, and that will be presented through Councillor Eaves. So I hope that clears that up. Where was I?
Just bear with me. Yep, okay.
Paragraph 11. Finally, at the Rectory Road, Ashington Road junction, what we call Junction 1, the appellant proposes effectively reintroducing a two-lane entry to the roundabout from Rectory Road. As Councillor Eaves will explain, a previous informal two-lane entry was removed due to safety concerns. Its reintroduction will also be safe. And so, sorry to jump off, but there was a reference earlier in Ms. Reid's opening to highway safety concerns relating to the council's case being no longer pursued. So I'll just, well, they are being pursued. They're in Mr. Eaves' proof, and the reference to the first highway statement of common ground excludes that point about Rectory Road junction. So just to clear that up.
Sorry, say that last bit again, make sure I've got a note of that.
So paragraph 2.1
Yep.
of the 1st January 2022 highway statement of common ground refers to point C of our statement of case. That said, Rectory Road, Ashington Road was previously widened to 2 lanes, but was reduced back to 1 lane due to highway safety concerns. And then it says that point is still being pursued by RDC.
Okay.
Turning then, and finally, to the overall planning balance, delivering market and affordable housing on an allocated site has obvious benefits in the planning balance. And so I'll take you to it through Councillor Shaw, but the council has agreed that the benefit of new market housing should be given significant weight, and the benefit of affordable housing very significant weight, and we don't shy away from those benefits of the scheme. But, and it's an important but, and returning to the text of paragraph 12 of the opening, the fact that this site is allocated does not mean that any level of harm it causes has been deemed to be acceptable, and the general imperative to boost housing land supply is not a blank cheque. The NPPF does not seek housing at any cost, and on the contrary, it tells us to refuse permission for unsafe development and development that results in a severe residual cumulative effect on the road. And I just add there that the council's plan takes the same approach. A development that results in a severe impact on the highway network would not be plan-led. Then finally, the appellant's spilt much ink in its highways and planning evidence, complaining about the way in which the original planning application was determined and criticisms of the minutiae of the council's actions during the appeal process. We don't propose to take up substantive inquiry time addressing those complaints, whether they're well-founded or not. They have nothing whatsoever to do with the merits of the appeal, and this is ultimately an appeal about the impact of this development on the local highway network. That's where the focus of attention should be, and that's where residents want it to be, and it's where the council will direct its time and evidence. In the end, this is a simple appeal. The residual cumulative impact of the development on the local highway network will be severe, and in any event, the mitigation proposed to even get to that severe residual impact is unsafe. And for those reasons, it fails the relevant tests in local and national policy, and in due course, we'll ask you, sir, to dismiss the appeal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Parkinson. Thank you. Make a note. Thank you. So, Mr. Foster, have you got a... Oh, I see it's coming to me now. Thank you.
Right, thank you, sir. Just before actually presenting my opening, I just observed that we didn't realise that the opening speeches were 25-minute long presentations of evidence. We'll be delivering our evidence in that section of the inquiry, and I assume, having delivered her evidence, Miss Reid probably won't need to speak again. I'd reiterate that the not severe statement that we received late last night as I understand it, was signed without the agreement of either officers or elected members of the council. Right, so I'll go on now to my introductory speech. Right, thank you. I didn't, in some of the evidence submissions, explain my background, but it was questioned in earlier days by the appellant. So I trained in engineering for 4 years as part of a engineering cadet program in the Merchant Navy. I have an honours degree in business studies. I'm a fellow of the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufacturing and Commerce. I will add, for clarity, that I'm also an elected councillor for the ward where this proposed development is, though this evening, this afternoon and so on, I'm not speaking as a councillor or a representative of the council. I've worked in the UK, Europe and US motor industries for 38 years, the last 16 years of which I was responsible for the planning and logistics of material supply to assembly plants in the UK, Belgium, Germany, Spain, Portugal and Russia. We were building some 15,000 vehicles a day and I had the responsibility for more than 1,000 staff across those countries. But most importantly of all, I've lived in Rochford for 40 years and I've got first-hand experience of the road traffic issues in this area. Though an amateur, I'm proud to be speaking in the inquiry on behalf of the Rochford Supporters Group. I'd also like to place on record our thanks to the Rochford District Council Development Committee for taking the brave but correct decision to reject the law application in full. I'd like to quote briefly from a long letter, which was actually from me, published in the local paper. And it said, a very small extract from a long letter, it said, "To anyone living in Rochford, particularly the Ashington Road area, the environment is awful." That letter was 30 years ago in response to an Essex County Council proposal to build a Rochford bypass after they'd done an extensive study of the traffic flows and research into predicted traffic growth in the future. As I said, that was 30 years ago. The bypass never happened. I never quite understood why. But Essex were right about the need. Housing development has been continuous since that date, with major developments in the Ashington, Hawkwell, Hockley, Rochford areas, plus of course Holbridge and Canewdon, all of which feed traffic into the network of which Ashington Road is a significant and highly congested part. People agreed then, and still do, about infrastructure being a prerequisite for development. 30 years on, the infrastructure changes to the Ashington Road, down through to Rochford, Sutton Road and Warners Bridge have been a couple of tweaks. As we go through our evidence against the appeal, we will demonstrate that the tweaks to mini roundabouts are insignificant, indeed irrelevant, and that the proposed development fails to deliver the SER 8 policy requirement for increased highway capacity and also fails to comply with the NPPR policy requirement for considering the cumulative impact of development in nearby areas. I'd briefly like to move on to talk about the Statement of Common Ground process. A couple of weeks ago, I listened to a podcast by the King's Chambers, a group of people who nicknamed themselves the Burritos, if I heard it correctly, and that included Miss Reid. Pardon? Oh, right, yeah. They were discussing the subject of how to be successful in appeals. They particularly highlighted the importance in the appeal process of the Statement of Common Ground. So, I'd like to update you, sir, on our Rochford Supporters Group experience in relation to the Statement of Common Ground. On the 6th of December, sorry, I missed a bit. You'll recall the target when we had the case management conference that all the statements of common ground will be completed by the 10th of December, and it was noted in the conference minutes. I'd like to share with you the chronology of the subsequent exchanges involving our Rochford Supporters Group statements of common ground. On the 6th of December, Emery submitted a proposed Bloor Rochford Supporters Group statement of common ground. We replied on the 8th of December with lots of suggested, but I hasten to add, factual changes, both agreements and areas of disagreement. On the 9th of December, Mr Gascoigne advised that they would respond in the next day or so, and an extension was granted. It was actually on the 17th of December when that updated version was received from Mr Gascoigne, in which he advised that he would be on leave until January the 4th, and Mr Pycroft would be dealing with it in his absence. Our comments had been pretty much completely ignored, even though they were factual. I wrote to Mr Pycroft on the 18th of December, offering dates before Christmas to meet with him one-to-one via Doom, perhaps that's a unfortunate slip of the tongue, before Christmas, Freudian, thank you, to meet one-to-one via Zoom and to try to make progress. Unfortunately, in Mr Pycroft's note late on the 23rd of December, he apologised for late response due to vacation and other business commitments, and asked that we instead respond with tracked comments. In view of this, we prepared a further update to the Statement of Common Ground, which we submitted on January the 3rd, the day before Mr Pycroft was due back from the Christmas break. Again, I offered to meet one-to-one via Zoom to agree terms. There's been no response to that offer to me, nor has there been any response to our updated Statement of Common Ground. So why do I raise this now? Well, first, in the King's Chambers podcast, I made big of the importance of the Statement of Common Ground. Since the Case Management Conference on the 30th of November, those representing Bloor have been unstinting in their criticism of the planning authority for any late response, including Statement of Common Ground. I realise that we, the Rochford Supporters Group, whilst large in membership, in terms of resources compared with Bloor and all their professional resource, we are a small fish in a very large pond. However, the reaction to our input and offers to meet has been nothing short of contemptuous, not just of me as the amateur advocate, but Chris Austin and Melanie English, who lead the group, but also the 2,000 plus people who support us, the Rochford Supporters Group. So, whilst we, the Rochford Supporters Group, apologise to yourself and the inquiry for there not being an agreed Statement of Common Ground between us and the appellant, we did try to follow due process and timing. Thank you, sir. I'm going to now hand over to Chris Austin, who's going to add a few personal words.
Can I just check have I also got something written from Mrs. Austin?
You haven't, sir, but it's a personal.
Well, it's still going to be part of the opening submissions for the Rochford Supporters Group, isn't it?
We'll make copies immediately afterwards, if that's okay. Or we could take a 5-minute break and get coffee.
I think if that's possible, I'd prefer that. I always like things before it's said, and then I know that I've got a copy of what is said, not something that's amended.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Potentially. Okay, well, how long will it take to copy those? Okay, well, it's 11:42. Let's adjourn, short adjournment, 11:50. I'll resume again at 11:50. Thank you. Can I ask you all to start resuming your seats, please? Thank you. Well, it is 11:50, so the inquiry is resumed. I realise it would have been better if I'd have had a longer break there, because I wanted to have a break after hearing from the Rochford supporters group, a proper mid-morning break to allow people to get a drink, but we are where we are, so I'll hear from Mrs. Austin, and then we'll perhaps have another short break, end up having two breaks this morning. Mrs. Austin, when you're ready then.
Sir, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. It is all too easy to get caught up in the facts and figures, the arguments and the counter-arguments, and the David versus Goliath nature of this case. Yet that removes the most single important consideration. Is this development right for Rochford and its residents? The answer, as provided by the local planning authority and supported by the residents of Rochford, is a firm no. This is the wrong development in the wrong place. When Melanie English and I formed the Rochford Supporters Group in July 2019, we did so because we wanted to do the right thing in the right way. Unite our community, cohere the concerns of all to enable us to engage collaboratively with the appropriate authorities and exercise our right to challenge this planning application. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. These have not been easy goals to achieve. Whilst many supported us, there were others who wanted us to fail. We were tagged as bored housewives with a NIMBY attitude who were getting in the way. It was assumed that we would get bored and fall silent, but we didn't. And we haven't let those who tried to do their best to derail us stop us either. Despite all the challenges, we have been successful. At last count, more than 2,300 residents have joined our group. Many wanted to speak today, and others ensured their voices were heard via letters of objection. Although it is my voice you hear today, I speak on behalf of them all. The SIR 8 was adopted into the local plan back in 2012. We accept that. We have been robustly supported by the Right Honourable Mark Francois MP, but our current leader, Councillor Simon Wootton, a gentleman overflowing with honesty, integrity and a commitment to do the right thing for the town and the residents he represents, agrees that the sitting planning officers at that time made a mistake in adopting it. This mistake is made even more obvious if you consider how the community has changed in the decades since its acceptance. But today, together, we can correct that mistake and make a positive difference to the lives of all Rochford residents and not allow that mistake to be exploited by the appellant. What of the David versus Goliath analogy I mentioned earlier? Well, that is how we feel. Goliath, or in this case the appellant, appears to have the power. They have colossal finances to pay for a remarkable legal team and expert witnesses. They have funded the production of reams of reports and statistics to confuse, obfuscate and twist the reality we live daily. And they have provided computer modelling for transport and highway assessments. But that modelling is only as good as the information fed into it, and it can be easily manipulated to produce the desired results. I am confident that if I had the money to pay for similar modelling, it would produce results agreeing with the assertions of the Rochford Supporters Group. And we, the Supporters Group, are David. We do not have the money or the teams of professionals to support us, but we do have our integrity and the immense support of the community we represent. We have followed the rules, been fair, and done the right thing. Supported by the brilliant Ian Foster, we have collated irrefutable evidence demonstrating statistics put forward by the appellant are not reliable. We can prove the Ashington Road is already unable to cope with the amount of traffic flowing all day, every day, not just during the school run or during morning and evening rush hour. It is caused by the sheer volume of traffic on what is a narrow road. And this is made worse by unavoidable obstacles and narrowing, which slows the flow of traffic. Thursday, bin day, the Anne Boleyn roundabout, and any number of other daily events that cause traffic to slow and congest. And the reality is that we all know the proposed development would necessarily worsen all these issues because with more houses come more people, and with more people come more cars, which automatically leads to more road users, more congestion and more pollution. And that isn't the end of the bad news, for the development would also increase the risk to every child attending to Holt Farm Junior and infant schools. I am not alone in saying this. The County Public Health and Education Department said, and I quote, "The applicant appears to have prioritised securing a means of vehicular access into the proposed site over the potential impact on Holt Farm Junior and infant schools. This application cannot be supported by ECC in respect of education and public health." It's a scary idea, isn't it? Reduce the Holt Farm Primary School footpath by nearly 50%, widen the carriageway and force the children to seek refuge in the middle of a very busy road whilst trying to cross it. And let's be clear, these aren't just anonymous children that we are referring to here. They are our children, our grandchildren. They are also our future, and they must get to school safely. Perhaps rather than just talk problems, we should look for solutions. A new relief road would ease some of the easily foreseeable problems and could be an acceptable solution. But Essex Highways haven't found a location for the road required, as there is an absolute lack of space for it. Nor have they found any solution to the current problems. So I fear talk of a new road doesn't help anyone. The developer could make a 106 financial contribution, but that doesn't provide an answer because it doesn't address the root cause of the problem. So that isn't a solution either. Therefore, in the absence of other options, we need to look back to the answer already provided by the local planning authority, which is, it will be a dreadful mistake. I'm paraphrasing a little, but maybe the best way to not make existing problems worse and to avoid creating new problems is to not squeeze more people and cars into a space they simply cannot fit. Or in other words, refuse this application. Yet history tells us a whopping 80% of developer appeals are won. Questionable odds to say the least. However, I believe our evidence related to this development is as strong today as it was when the application was initially refused. We must not ignore the fact that housing developers are not always right. Just because something can be built doesn't mean it should be. And we must also not ignore the fact that the local population is not always wrong in their objections. The residents know their area better than anyone else. When this many come together to say that something is wrong, their voice must not only be listened to, but heard as well. Margaret Thatcher once said, "Watch your thoughts, for they will become actions. Watch your actions, for they will become habits. Watch your habits, for they will forge your character. Watch your character, for it will forge your destiny." And that, sir, leads me to the question I wish to ask you as I close my comments today. Is it your destiny to condemn thousands of Rochford residents to years of misery during this construction of this development, followed by even greater misery once the houses are built? Or is it your destiny to correct the mistake of the 2012 local plan and condemn this unacceptable planning application to history? And lastly, I will not be giving up my car and using another form of transport. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Austin. So that concludes the opening submissions for the three main parties. Now, as I say, had I have really been on the ball a few minutes ago, I would have had a longer break, so we could have had a reasonable mid-morning break. I'm reluctant, unless people are desperate for a comfort break, to actually have a further break now, because I see time is going on. I know Mr. Francois wants to to make his statement. So unless anyone's desperate that we have a further break, no. Okay. Mr. Francois, then, would you like to come to the witness stand and give me your statement?
So just while Mr. Francois is settling himself in there, I've got a copy here because I know you mentioned a moment ago you didn't have it, of the second statement of common ground.
Yeah, I haven't got that yet. Let me have that.
Pass that over.
Yeah, we're good.
Just bear with me a moment, Mr. Francois. I'll put.
Have we got a copy of Mr. Francois' statement? Is there a copy for us?
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, sir. Is this a statement that's been served already? Because I don't have a copy of it.
No, it's one that I wrote yesterday because I was told that my original one was too long, so I had to cut it down to save time.
Yes.
It's an objection. I was just checking because I haven't got a copy on my desk.
Yes. So what have I got here, Mr. Francois? Just so, if I've got a different version to what you had previously, then again it would be helpful if the other main parties work to
To
this.
explain, at the case management conference,
Please sit, Mr. Francois. I mean, you may be used to standing.
where I work, sir, we speak standing up.
Yeah,
If you prefer me to sit, I'll sit.
Yeah, I would
Right.
prefer. Yes. Thank you.
To be clear, when I produced my...
Is your microphone on?
Should be. Is that live? Yeah. When I produced my written statement, I was advised by your clerk that would take too long to read out. I thought it would take half an hour, and I was advised that would be too long. So I was asked to cut that down to something nearer to 20 to 25 minutes. So what I've got is a cut-down version of what I gave you in writing on the 23rd. It's not exactly the same, because perverse it's shorter, because that's what I was asked to do.
Well, that is helpful as far as it goes, Mr. Francois, but as I say, the problem is the other main parties don't have a copy of what you're now going to be reading out.
I'm sure they can listen, sir.
They can listen, but in terms of taking notes, that's the whole point there.
With respect, sir, I wasn't asked to bring multiple copies.
Well, Mr. Francois,
Nobody asked me to do that. If they had, I would have done.
Had it have been submitted in advance, then the council would have copied it and circulated it. That's the normal form.
No, sir, we're talking about two... Just one second. Oliver, have we got...
One further. I didn't know. Do you have a scanner here or a copy here? You've got one further. There's one further. Yeah. Let's stop you. You've got one.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. It seems to be now. I'm certainly content with that, and Mr. Parkinson said he's happy to continue.
Thank you, sir. In that case, Mr. Inspector, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very grateful for an opportunity as the local Member of Parliament for Rayleigh and Wickford, in whose constituency the appeal site is located, to make a personal contribution to these proceedings today. I've been a Member of Parliament for over 20 years now. I'm a former Minister of State in both the Ministry of Defence and what was, at that time, the Department for Communities and Local Government, and I was also appointed as a Privy Councillor in 2010. Turning to the application, the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, against which this application must be judged, unfortunately does not provide a clear definition of what constitutes a severe traffic effect. It says only at para 111 of the 2021 edition that, and I quote, "Development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe." A direct example of the difficulty this creates is on Thursday the 5th of November 2020, accompanied by a number of senior Rochford District Council councillors and RDC planning officers, I participated in a virtual meeting with Essex County Council highways officers to discuss the traffic implications of the original Bloor Homes planning application. During our discussion, ECC highways officers conceded that some of the key junctions along the Ashington Road were, in their words, already swamped, and that they would become worse by 2029, the end of the traffic analysis period for the purposes of this application. However, they also admitted that they could not practically object to the application on highways grounds because they could only do so if the traffic effect was deemed severe, and yet this was undefined in the MPPF and no other authoritative definition of what constituted a severe effect existed. Therefore, in their view, with no clear metrics to guide them, the definition of what constituted a severe effect was, in their words, entirely subjective, which made it very difficult to object to the application itself. Therefore, the fact that ECC Highways, as the local highways authority, did not object to the application, which the appellant seek to make much of, has to be seen very clearly in this context. They didn't object because they believed that they couldn't. We turn now to the number of vehicles on the proposed development site. The appellant's own transport assessment states that each two-bedroom property or larger will have at least 2 parking spaces. Indeed, for larger, what one might call executive-style homes, of which a considerable number are proposed for the estate, there could be 3 or even more cars per family. The transport assessment estimated 512 parking spaces for the 223 dwellings on phase 1 of the estate, which comprises almost exactly a third of the 662 total. So if this is extrapolated pro rata for phases 2 and 3, this then envisages some 1,500 vehicles or more being based on the estate once it is built out. The idea that so many extra vehicles, the bulk of which would be leaving and then returning to the estate during the morning and evening peak period, would have only a very marginal effect on local traffic flows is clearly implausible. For instance, the appellant's traffic assessment assumes that in the morning peak between 8 to 9 a.m, only 167 additional vehicles from the new development will transit the already congested Ashington Road, Dailies Road, Roach Avenue junction. In other words, barely 11%, 1 in 10, of the likely vehicles on the new estate will attempt to travel south along that part of the Ashington Road in the morning peak. 1 in 10 of them. That assertion flies in the face of all common sense. Then the entrance and exit to the site. The main proposed entry and exit point is on the Ashington Road itself, almost directly opposite Holt Farm Infant and Junior Schools. At present, part of the area between the existing houses and the Ashington Road is occupied by what is, in effect, a large lay-by, which is regularly used by parents to drop their children off at either of the 2 schools opposite, or in some cases, St Teresa's Catholic Primary School, just a few hundred metres further south along the Ashington Road. This creates an extremely busy area each morning and afternoon during the school run. The appellant's proposals would effectively deny this lay-by to parents completely. Bloor offered to compensate by allocating just 10 dedicated parking spaces close to the proposed emergency vehicle entrance rather than the main entrance itself. The emergency vehicle entrance is further south. However, their transport assessment assumes that each of these 10 spaces will only be used 4 times between 8 and 9 a.m, i.e. there will be 40 parking slots, if you will, to serve children and parents from 3 schools, each of which has several hundred pupils. These revised arrangements, designed in part, I believe, to cram the maximum number of dwellings onto the site, are patently unsafe, as they would almost certainly lead to congestion and potentially even parking rage amongst anxious parents trying to utilise this highly limited parking area, whilst in many cases seeking to avoid subsequently being late for work. Such a congested and potentially highly charged situation is obviously unsafe. We then have the shared space at Ashington Road opposite the schools. There are similar concerns relating to the footpath/cycle lane opposite the 2 schools, which is almost directly opposite the main entrance exit point for the proposed development. Holt Farm Junior School lodged a very direct objection, as quoted in the report, to the 24th June 2021 Development Control Committee, which turned down the application. Holt Farm Junior School's objection read, I quote, "Our objection specifically relates to the position of the access to the site being directly opposite the schools, Holt Farm Junior School and Holt Farm Infant School, and the lack of consideration of alternative options providing safer access to the site further along Ashington Road." As the school's objection then powerfully continues, I quote again from the same report, "The proposed site access specifically removes a cycle path and narrows the pavement in front of our site. We believe this will have an extremely detrimental effect on the safety of our pupils and parents attending the schools, which have overall pupil numbers of 600 plus. An extremely detrimental effect on the safety of our pupils and parents. The site access also comprises the access to the shared car park for both schools." Sorry, I'm continuing their quote. "The site access also compromises the access to the shared car park for both schools, which is already located very close to a busy road with an unmanned pelican crossing, giving us further safety concerns for this proposal for both our staff, parents and pupils. We believe that there are alternative sites for access to the development that have not been explored simply due to financial implications, which is unacceptable considering the overall infrastructure pressures in Rochford, in particular along the Ashington Road. Moreover, the undesirability of this approach is highlighted in the MPPF itself, sir, at para 112C, which states the applications for development should, and I quote from the MPPF, create places that are safe, secure and attractive, which minimise the scope for conflicts between pedestrians, cyclists and vehicles, avoid unnecessary street clutter and respond to local character and design standards. Clearly, forcing infant school children and cyclists into a narrow shared space during a sometimes frenetic school run on a weekday morning or afternoon, simply in order to accommodate the new entry-exit for the development across a very busy road is, by any common sense measure, not a wise or indeed a safe thing to do. Thus, yet again, the application falls foul of the unacceptable impact on highway safety test in para 111 of the NPPF. The real effect on the Ashington Road. The Ashington Road is punctuated by a number of key junctions along its broadly north-south axis. The revised traffic assessment still shows that the theoretical and even practical capacity of some of the key junctions along the Ashington Road will be exceeded in 2029 unless the junctions are mitigated by being physically redesigned. Remember, sir, that in November 2020, ECC Highways officers candidly admitted that some of these junctions were already swamped. That's now, without the houses. Similarly, the Ashington Road, Hall Road, West Street junction is also estimated to exceed both its practical and theoretical capacity by 2029, but in this instance, it cannot be mitigated by an engineering solution because of its physical geography, including already narrow approach lanes in some directions and a railway bridge immediately nearby. I'm sure you noticed that, sir, when you did your unannounced site visit. As a fallback, Bloor then resort to reliance on a number of green travel initiatives and imply that many of the residents will instead conveniently choose to walk or cycle to work rather than drive, but with little confirming evidence base to back up what is basically simply an unsupported assertion. From experience, while my constituents are certainly environmentally conscious, Rochford were the street recycling champions 2 years out of 5, sir. There is also a very strong car culture in South Essex, which seems unlikely to alter to anything like the degree necessary to suit Bloor's purposes. Even if residents of the estate switch to electric vehicles, that might admittedly reduce emissions, but it would do nothing to actually reduce the weight of traffic itself. The assertion is therefore an effectively highly subjective one. Moreover, given the already very slow-moving traffic along the Ashington Road in the morning peak, generating considerable emissions as a result, it is not likely to prove a popular regular walking route for pedestrians. The appellants are then reduced to even falling back on the handy assertion that people will simply decide to travel at different times, outside of the peak to reduce traffic flows. This entirely speculative assertion, of course, assumes that their work or study commitments will permit this, which in many cases they may not. Similarly, the pandemic and working from home is not a practical alleviation, as the traffic assessments have to endure out to 2029, so any temporary changes in work patterns resulting from COVID-19 cannot reliably be assumed to endure for a further decade. It is quite simply too early to tell. But it gets worse. The appellants and their consultants blithely assert that drivers may take alternative routes. In an area with an already highly congested and constrained local road network, but without providing any convincing details on what these alternative routes might actually be. What precise alternative route would they take that would be any more advantageous than the direct option of queuing in very slow-moving traffic along the Ashenden Road in either direction? Again, the unsubstantiated assertions which accompanies Blaw's traffic assessments are not convincing, or, as the military would say, they're not ground truth compliant. They're merely wishful thinking worthy of Charles Dickens's Mr. Micawber. In summary, my case against the appellants can be collated under a number of key headings. Firstly, frequent roadworks, and I referred to this more in my written submission of December. The Ashenden Road is subject to frequent roadworks which only make traffic congestion worse. Indeed, when I carried out my own recce of the site opposite the two schools last Friday morning, there was a contraflow in place, barely 100 metres south of the two Holt Farm schools, as contractors were, yet again, digging up the roads and causing congestion, hardly any of which appears in the appellant's deliberately benign computer modelling. Alternative routes. The appellants themselves concede that both the theoretical and practical capacity of the Ashenden Road West Street Hall Road junction will be exceeded by 2029 and that physical mitigation is impossible. They fall back on green travel plans, which are in some cases temporary. There'll be bus passes for a year or so, wholly unconvincing and clearly not evidenced. In addition, they argue that car commuters will conveniently stagger their journeys without any convincing evidence for this. Similarly, they suggest that many drivers will use alternative routes, without identifying which actual routes they're referring to, even though these would have to include options which are part of an already heavily congested local highways network. I positively look forward, sir, to being cross-examined by Miss Reid on which actual, in the real world, alternative routes the appellants have in mind. And if she doesn't want to cross-examine me on that, her silence will speak volumes. Severe traffic effect. Essex County Council, by their own highways, Essex County Council Highways, by their own admission, did not object to this application as they had no reliable definition of a severe traffic effect against which to judge it. It is for the local planning authority, in this case Rochford District Council, to decide on what constitutes a severe effect, and not the local highways authority, in this case Essex County Council, on whose judgment the appellants seek to largely rest their case, even though I've established that highways said they couldn't object anyway. Just over a month ago, I submitted a Freedom of Information request to Essex County Council Highways, asking how many planning applications for which ECC Highways was a statutory consultee they objected to in each of the last 4 calendar years in both actual and percentage terms. I'm yet to receive a response, sir, and if necessary I'll go to the Information Commissioner to obtain one, but I suspect that the answer will be very few indeed. For the reason already given, the ECC Highways believe they have no practical benchmark for what actually constitutes a severe effect. When I get the answer, sir, I would like to submit it to you. However, we do have a recent precedent in a similar case. In November 2021, the Secretary of State, Michael Gove MP, upheld the decision by a planning inspector, Mrs. J.A. Vise, to reject an appeal against Medway Council in Kent's decision to refuse an application for a major housing development in Rainham, principally on the grounds that the development will create a severe effect on local traffic. The decision letter of the 3rd of December 21 clearly states, and I quote, "Overall, on highway matters, the Secretary of State agrees with the inspector, your counterpart, that the appeal scheme would have a severe residual cumulative impact on the local highway network
and that there would be conflict in this regard with Local Plan Policy T1 and paragraphs 110 and 111 of the framework. The Secretary of State considers this harm attracts substantial weight against the appeal scheme, end quote. So less than 3 months ago, the Secretary of State upheld an inspector's decision to reject an appeal largely on the grounds of a severe traffic effect on the local highway network. I'm not resting my whole case on this, sir, but this is nevertheless both a recent and relevant precedent which I would like to highlight to you. Safety. The proposed mitigation of the Rectory Road Ashenden Road junction at Golden Cross by widening the approach from 1 lane to 2 is clearly unsafe. As Essex County Council Highways themselves reversed exactly this action a few years ago on safety grounds, which is clearly at odds with para 111 of the MPPF. Essex County Council deliberately did the opposite of what Blaw now claim is safe. In addition, the effective loss to parents of the lay-by opposite both schools and its replacement by only 10 parking spaces, providing by the appellant's own estimates only 40 parking slots in both the morning and afternoon peak, is potentially a recipe for parking confusion, or worse, and thus contradicts the safety injunction inherent in para 111 of the MPPF as well. Moreover, the creation of a narrow, non-delineated shared space for cyclists and primary and even infant school children on the pathway directly in front of the 2 Holt Farm schools is inherently dangerous. This concerned ECC's education department and the schools themselves, as they evidenced in writing. I said more about that in my written submission earlier. The reduction of this space from 6 metres to 3 is clearly dangerous and is also contrary to para 112 of the MPPF, as well as failing the safety test inherent in the preceding para 111. It is simply unacceptable to put young children at serious risk of injury in this way for profit, or indeed for any other reason, sir. Overall, the appellant's case today is highly contrived and wholly unconvincing to anyone with even a basic knowledge of the Rochford district's local highway network. Their case is largely based on distant, abstract computer modelling rather than ground truth actual experience, and even the appellants themselves admit they have changed the assumptions that were fed into the original computer model, presumably because they got the wrong ask the first time around. As the old saying about computers has it, sir, junk in, junk out. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the effect of the considerable additional traffic which is likely to be generated by an additional 662 dwellings, many of which will host multiple vehicles, an already very congested road, renowned for roadworks, and with an entrance opposite a highly dangerous proposed share space, which will pitch cyclists against school children directly opposite and outside an infant and junior school, fails on sheer common sense grounds right from the outset. The real-world effect of these proposals is likely to be severe at best and highly dangerous at worst, and thus the appellant's case should be comprehensively rejected on both traffic severity and safety grounds. As the local Member of Parliament for 20 years, I rest my case.
I have said already that applause isn't appropriate. I know feelings are running high. Please try and desist. Mr. Francois, thank you for that. I've got a separate sheet here. I'm not quite sure what I do with that. That was a copy of what you've read.
Right, sir.
When it was passed to me, there was this as well. Is this something I need to be aware of?
Yes. What I've done, sir, is in my evidence, I refer to a virtual meeting that took place on the 5th of November 2020 with myself, councillors and officers of Rochford, and also Essex County Council Highways officers, right? So I've included for you a copy of my contemporaneous handwritten note of that meeting to back up the assertion that or the point that I've made in my evidence that counties said they couldn't object because they had no definition of severe.
I understand. So in effect, that's a further written submission to go with your...
So it's to back up. It's to back up essentially my statement. Yes.
Yes. Did you receive a copy of that, Miss Reid?
No, sir. I don't need one immediately. So if a copy could perhaps be made available by the council for us.
Yes.
Yeah, we can do that, sir. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. Thank you. Right, so let me just get my papers in order there.
Just on that, I don't
Mr.
think
Parkinson.
we've got a copy of either, so if it would be possible to get that before we go. Sorry, I handed mine over.
I think the photocopier at work can stretch to 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah, Mr. Foster, I don't know. I mean, it would be normally the case that obviously each of the main parties has copies of all the documentation so that they can refer to it if need be. So yes, three copies in total needed.
But the other thing, there was reference to an appeal decision. I don't know if that was attached to the submission, but if it was, it'd be helpful to have that.
No, I didn't attach all of that, but I, and the reason, sir, I didn't reference that appeal in my original note in December the 23rd was because I only became aware of that appeal decision post facto.
Okay, so...
But the Secretary of State's, I believe the inspector's report was dated July 21, and the Secretary of State's decision letter was November.
Well, yes, I mean, clearly it's going to be available.
It's publicly available, so it's on the department's website.
Yes, if obviously you've given me an extract from it, it would be helpful to have the whole... It sounds like it was a Secretary of State case from what you've said there.
I'll get you... The inspector's report is 200 pages long.
Yes.
But I'll gladly... and that's all online, but I'll gladly get you a copy of the Secretary of State's decision later, which is about 6 pages.
Yes.
I've got a copy here. Maybe we can talk outside and work out.
Could you do the photocopying for that?
Yeah, we won't delay too much now, but yes, clearly an extract there would be helpful to have it in context.
So it's just that, given that it's a Secretary of State decision, I appreciate the length of the inspector's report behind it, but Sir, I respectfully suggest that if you are accepting it and we don't object to you doing so, it also includes the inspector's report so that you have the context of the Secretary of State's decision, because obviously at points the Secretary of State will say, for example, paragraphs X, Y in the inspector's report. Yes. I have to have both to make sense of the Secretary of State's decision letter, because Secretary of State will refer, as you say, to a range of paragraphs in the inspector's report that he agrees with or disagrees with. So, yes.
To be clear, sir, I'm not hanging my whole case on it, but I do think it's a very relevant recent precedent.
Of course, I do understand that, but equally, you've made reference to it. Therefore, it's only right that I have the ability, and the other parties do, to actually look through it and see to take it more in context. I think that's the thing. Okay, so those documents will be provided. So, thank you, Mr. Francois. Ms Reid, have you got some questions that you want to put to Mr. Francois?
No, listen very carefully to Mr. Francois, MP. My practice with third parties is to listen carefully, take a note, and to pick issues up with my expert in examination in chief, which is why I've got a relatively lengthy time estimate for examination in chief with my expert. So I'm going to proceed on that basis. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry, you don't want to ask me any questions at all?
No, thank you.
I spent months preparing for this. Nothing.
So,
Well, that's...
when
Mr. Francois, you've given your evidence. I've got your evidence. Ms Reid has explained what her practice is with third-party witnesses. I may have some questions for you, but Ms Reid's made it clear that the points that you've raised, she will pick up with her witnesses.
I mean, at least ask me about the alternative routes. Come on.
So may we make a small point? When Miss Reid is speaking, she keeps turning away from the microphone and we can't hear what she's saying.
I'm going to just move it there so that when I'm addressing the inspector, I'm speaking into the microphone. I'm so sorry, I moved it for when I was delivering the opening.
Yeah, microphones are the bane of witnesses and advocates at public inquiry, so it's certainly not uncommon, but yes, I think that might be the best move there. Okay, so there's nothing that you want to put to Mr. Francois. Let me look through your original statement, Mr. Francois, because there were a few things on... Well, one, can I just ask you here,
yes,
on the statement that you've read out now.
Yes, sir.
On your... in effect, your paragraphs 7 and 8. Just bear with me, let's make a note of my own questions here.
This is about the number of vehicles on the site.
It is, yes. Yes, what you're saying there, you're telling me your pro rata estimate of vehicles parked on the site if the site was developed for the full 662.
Well, not precisely, sir. It's a. Remember, the development is in 3 phases, and the application was an outline for the whole development, but detailed for phase 1.
Yeah.
So we know the number, these are not the number of vehicles, these are not the number of parking spaces.
Yes.
And in phase 1, because it was a detailed application, the appellant actually went into that, specified down to that level of detail, if you'll forgive me.
Yep.
So as it's almost exactly 1/3 of the number of dwellings, I've done a simple pro rata calculation that it will be much the same for the other 2.
Yep. Happy with that.
Sorry, just to clarify, these are parking spaces. It could well be, as anyone who lives around here knows, there'll probably be more cars than parking spaces. Yeah? I mean, just as a simple example, you know, a lot of families now, let's say they have someone aged 17 or 18. In my day, those people would have walked to college. Now they drive. So it's not uncommon, you know, to have 3 or 4 cars or more in quotes an executive-style home. So, if anything, 1,500 is an underestimate rather than an overestimate. And then
Sorry, executive-style homes.
Well,
what are you saying there?
What I mean is, sorry, I should explain that. So, you've got a variety of a variety of different-sized homes on the estate. Yep. We only know the precise numbers for phase 1. Sometimes developers refer to the larger properties as executive-style homes. It's just a phrase in the development industry. But, and I'm saying for some of those homes, you may have even more, but the appellant's own transport assessment estimated that even each 2-bedroom property or larger would have at least 2 parking spaces.
Yep, okay.
Hence, 512 for 223 times 3 takes you to over 1,500, yeah?
Yeah, it's more your para 8 I want to get on to, because
Yes.
what I want to know is what your estimate would be. You say here that 167 additional vehicles, I think you say, will transit the already congested Ashington Road, Dailies Road, Roch Avenue. So this is 167 southbound vehicles.
Yes,
is
in the
it?
morning
Yes,
peak.
yeah.
That was from
Yeah.
the appellant's transport.
Okay, so what I want you to tell me, if you can, is what your estimate is instead of the 167. And I accept that you may not be able to do that, but be assured, I'm going to want to know from the appellants where the traffic generation figures come from.
Yes.
And so it'd be nice to know in what sense you're telling me this flies in the face of common sense.
Well, sir, let me try and put it this way. You've got an estate with around 1,500 vehicles on it. It may be more, but let's say 1,500 for the purposes of debate. A lot of those people are either going to go to work or they're going to go to school or college. And that means they're probably going to leave in the morning and the evening peak. I mean, why do we have a morning and an evening peak? Why do we have a rush hour? It's because that's when most people travel. So I'm just saying that I think it is completely fanciful that of those 1,500 vehicles, only 167 will travel south along the Ashington Road in the morning peak. Now, I could, if you want me to put a finger in the air and put a number on it, I'd say it's probably at least 2 or 3 times that. I mean, if you just apply, as it were, common sense, part of the problem in this whole thing is that the appellants rely on abstract computer modelling. Now, I think that, and again, as they've already admitted, they changed the assumptions between 2 different models. They did one transport assessment with one set of assumptions. When that didn't give them the answer they wanted, they changed the assumptions. But these are all theoretical computer models. They bear very little relationship to what goes on in real life. So just think about it. 1,500 vehicles on that estate. Do you really believe so in your heart of hearts? It's credible that only 1 in 10 of those vehicles will head south in the morning rush hour? Of course not. And then the appellants say, well, they'll use alternative routes. I mean, that's fundamental to the mitigation of the Hall Road West Street junction. You can't physically mitigate it because it's next to a whopping great railway bridge. And I think in their evidence, the Rochford supporters will provide some photographs of what that junction's really like. But I'll leave that to Mr. Foster. He's more than capable of speaking for himself. But my point, sir, is this. That junction is already swamped. You can't physically mitigate it. You're going to throw all this extra traffic at it. And so the transport consultants fall back on the fact that, don't worry, people will take alternative routes. And that's their mitigation. So my question is, which alternative route? Because if they can't answer the question, they can't mitigate the junction. And so their case falls under Para 111. It must be a severe effect if an already swamped junction is going to be even more swamped. So forgive me for being dogmatic about it, but this is fundamental to the case. What are the alternative routes?
Yep, I understand your point. Mr.
Yeah?
Okay.
Why doesn't Ms. Reid want to ask me any questions, sir?
Well, I'm checking if there's any questions I need to ask you on the evidence.
I congratulate you. I'm told you're about to take silk. Well done. So if you're going to be a QC, please ask me something.
Mr. Francois, there's no need for this.
Oh.
There's no need for this.
All right, so what's your next one?
I've explained, just to reiterate, I've explained that with third parties, it is my practice to listen carefully and respectfully, take a careful and detailed note, and to take those points with my expert in examination in chief. And unless I've got points of clarification, that is the practice that I will be adopting with Mr. Francois MP and with other third parties in this inquiry, as I always do.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Reid. It's certainly a practice that I've encountered with other advocates, so it's nothing special to this inquiry. But
that's fine, sir. I just wish I'd known that in advance.
That's by the by. I think what I need to do is just make sure, having gone through your evidence, whether there was anything more.
Yes, so I think, there anything where I
think on your original statement, which clearly what you've read out today is a paraphrasing of.
That's what I was asked to do, sir.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, I mean, on your original one, you'd refer to executive-style houses, so I've asked you about that.
Hopefully we've clarified that.
I've also made a note to ask you, on what basis do you say that the traffic generation was dubious, or for whatever word you prefer to use. So I'm just checking. So these are things that I'd already noted I needed to ask you about.
Thank you, sir.
Another one here, which is well, it was your original paragraph 31, which you gave. This was the shared space at the schools, and you gave a quote from the ECC consultation response.
Right, was that my December submission, para 31?
It was, yes.
Oliver, have we got...
But, sorry, I'm just checking. You did say the same today. I was just trying to get my bearings as to where it was.
Sorry, sir, for clarity, para 31 in my December submission was from a corporate response from Essex County Council, because when Essex County Council responded to the application as a consultee, it wasn't just a response from Highways, it was a response from the council as a whole.
Yes.
And it's probably true to say that the Education Department's response was somewhat at variance with the Highways Department's response. Remember, if you're Highways and you've decided that you can't object, then you've got to make everything fit that. The Education Department aren't bound by the same parameter. So in their bit of the collective response, they said, and this is what I say at para 31, the applicant appears to have prioritised securing a means of vehicular access into the site over the potential impact on Holt Farm Junior and Infant School through a reduction in the segregated footpath and cycle lane, which we do not support. So you're in the slightly anomalous situation that one part of County Hall is supporting the application, or rather not objecting to it, and another part of County Hall is.
Yes, no, I follow that. I just wanted to be clear, and it may be something that the council's witnesses are going to assist if you're not able to. But it was a case of the formal ECC position overall on the application as put forward to members in the report to committee. That's what I wanted to know. I fully understand. No, I mean, I've looked myself at this, but it's nice to hear it from others.
Just for completeness, in case I'm accused... Sorry, I don't want to detain the inquiry, because I have to get back for this committee on the Ukraine, but just for completeness, I don't want to be accused of selective quoting. So at para 34, in my December submission, sir, just a few paras down, it points out that in February 21, Essex County Council produced a further consultation response, which referred to the proposed shared space as follows. So this obviously was subsequent to the original. I quote, "We do not consider the proposal to reduce the foot and cycleway outside the school to be unacceptable, provided that it meets the minimum technical standard for a shared or segregated area. However, as outlined in our initial corporate response, it would be a significant downgrade from what is already in place and is therefore undesirable from an education and public health perspective." Now, as a politician, sir, if you'll forgive me, that looks to me like the result of an internal debate within County Hall, where Highways wanted education to tone down their objection. So education then produced this, which is still, if you read between the lines, still an objection, but without being as bold as the one that they put in a few months before, if you see what I'm saying. So the Education Department, responsible for the school and the safety of the parents and the pupils, think it isn't safe. And the Highways Department, who right from the word go decided they couldn't object in the first place because they didn't have a definition of severe against which to judge, are saying that it is.
Yep,
you follow my argument?
I follow the point you're making, certainly.
Thanks.
Yes.
So if it assists, just in terms of those documents, Councillor Shaw has included the full letters in her evidence at Appendix 2 and Appendix 4.
Appendix 2 and 4, right. Well, I'm sure we'll get onto that in due course. Thank you. I don't think, Mr. Francois, there's any other points that I need to ask you to either clarify or any questions that I've got on your evidence. So thank you very much for your contribution. You may retake your seat, and obviously you may head off back now to House of Parliament.
Hopefully I won't get caught in traffic, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we're 12:42. Let me just check. I think we'll try and go on, if that's okay, until about 1 o'clock. Then I'll break then. So some of you will obviously not be speaking until after lunch. Just let me turn back to my list. I think only one person indicated they wanted to speak early when I asked earlier on, and that was Sarah Jones. But then I subsequently had two people. Let me just get this right. So Helen Wright would like to speak sooner rather than later. Is that right? Is it today's... I beg your pardon?
It doesn't have to be today. I'm free every day.
How about this afternoon? This afternoon's not a problem. Not a problem. And who was the other person? The gentleman there. Sorry, is it Mr. Dolby? Mr. Dolby. Yes.
Sooner rather than later, just in case I have to leave early.
Yeah. How? You've not submitted anything in writing, have you yet?
Yes. Yes, you will have a copy.
When did you... You've got copies to hand out? Yeah, okay. Sarah Jones, is it Mrs., Miss, Ms? Ms? Bear with me, please. And have you submitted a statement, please? So you've got that as well, okay. Well, let me take Ms. Jones first, please. So, thank you. So, Ms Jones, would you come to the microphone, please? There might be a few delays while I shuffle bits of paper here, but I think we're okay at the minute. Mr Parkinson, you've got a copy of Ms Jones's statement. Ms Reid, have you also got one? Okay. Mr Foster, have you? I'm just checking that everyone's got one. You, okay. In that case, would you like to introduce yourself to the inquiry and give me your statement then, please?
Yep, my name is Sarah Jones. I'll keep it short and sweet. I just want to let you know the impact that the Ashenden Road has on my job as a community carer. I've worked as a community carer in Rochford and the surrounding areas for the last 10 years. Over the years, the traffic and congestion has gone from bad to worse. I care for the elderly and vulnerable people in their own homes, and these people depend on us to get them up, washed, dressed, toileted, and to feed them. Some of them have time-sensitive medication, which obviously has to be spaced evenly throughout the day, and they panic if we're not there at the times that they expect us. On many occasions, the traffic has been so bad and gridlocked that we've had to take huge detours to get from one side of Rochford to the other, just to try and get to our clients on time. My case is simple. The more building of houses will mean more cars and more gridlock. This will mean that the sick, elderly and vulnerable residents of our community will just suffer more and more. I even gave up working weekday mornings in the area on account of I was just fed up with sitting in traffic all the time. That's all I've got to say.
I won't say. Thank you. Just to check. Miss Reid, anything? No? Okay. Thank you very much then, Ms Jones. You, again, as I said before, you may retake your seat. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you. Just bear with me. Okay, Ms Jones, can I don't think I've been past it yet. Mr Dolby's. So, Mr Dolby, would you like to come to the microphone? Thank you. Okay, can you introduce yourself to the inquiry so I know who you are, and then read your statement for me, please? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Clark Dolby, and I'd like to speak today. Thank you.
Sorry, that last bit was very faint.
It's just saying that I'm going to speak now, if that's okay.
Yeah. Are you a private individual? Is it?
Yes, sorry, private resident of Rochford.
Okay. Okay, you go ahead. Yeah.
We have seen an overwhelming objection from residents, and sharing the same views, I would like to speak on the basis that the proposed development represents a tipping point on concerns forming the collective objection. We are not against Bloor or the notion of more houses in their own right, per se. It is the material considerations prompting us to express real concerns. Having read through proposed arguments and evidence from Bloor Homes, I would like the Appeals Inspector to consider that the development will not provide the community with significant long-term benefits that would outweigh any negative effects. Bloor's ability to demonstrate to the contrary is in the form of computer-generated data and focuses heavily on technicalities relating to the validity of the local plan and current guidelines from the government concerning outdated policies of growth that are due for review, since the government's stance is slowly changing to favour climate control over pushing development. The proposed benefits are a fairly narrow attraction, simply houses to buy and a short-term improvement in economics to the area. As is often the case with new developments, a large uptake of these new homes do not come from residents within the area. Moreover, they attract populations from busier cities who take advantage of the housing prices relative to their location. This actually increases house prices. Notwithstanding an increase in council tax collections, A predominantly residential area with no significant local attractions means that any expendable income tends to be spent outside of the area of concern, providing minimal economic benefit in this regard. Bloor makes selective reference to the National Planning Framework and use it to support their case. However, there are many other sections of the framework that developers are required to conform to, which local residents feel are not being given enough weight. Section 2 states that achieving sustainable development is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Additionally, as the UK is a member of the UN, we have agreed to pursue the 17 global goals for sustainable development in the period to 2030. These address social progress, economic well-being, and environmental protection. Digging deeper into the framework reveals requirements of the developers to seek the following as per paragraph 11A of the framework: to align growth and infrastructure, which physically they can't do, improve the environment, mitigate climate change and adapt to its effects. Residents are of the view that these obligations are not satisfied by the current proposals and that any mitigation is of token value. Bloor claim that none of the footnote 7 policies of the framework apply to the appeal proposal. However, the gov.uk website, which is the Environment Agency section, shows that the planned area and surrounding sections carry risk of surface flooding. Natural and man-made drainage is over capacity. Just recently, 4 or 5 of the local commuting routes were impassable after one night of rain. I actually had to turn around, go home. Are we really to trust that whilst the surrounding area floods, Bloor's site will not only sit dry, but not add pressure upstream and therefore impact the surrounding area further? Our transport infrastructure problems are well documented, and it has been accepted for some time that an increase in traffic activity will adversely impact residents' lives and that improvements to the highway are extremely difficult or impossible. The assumption from Bloor Homes is that residents will simply change their lifestyle. This isn't in my speech, but I'd just like to say that this morning I had to turn around on the Ashenden Road and travel an extra 3 or 4 miles to get here today. Also, that would have been creating more emissions and air pollution. 300 to 400 pages of charts of vague and manipulated data designed to confuse cannot be considered a replacement for real-life experience and knowledge of the local roads, their quirks and logistical constraints. If you care to digest the information in the report carefully, you will see that the results are presented as robust, but it is admitted in the report that the generated data is unstable when nearing severe conditions, and that results should be interpreted with caution. This language used persuades us to ignore any undesirable results, deflecting from the fact that the stable results were already approaching limits. In any case, opinions can be formed in many ways in mathematical models. I would therefore urge you to closely examine the results and not be swayed by conclusions suggested to you by Bloor. Rochford and the surrounding areas benefited greatly from lockdown and the decrease in traffic on the roads. The increase in wildlife could clearly be seen, not only in the countryside, but in people's back gardens. The resulting return to normality has since seen these benefits diminish, and an increase in construction works and traffic can only push this decline further. London is currently striving towards reducing emissions outside of schools, which are causing cases of respiratory and mental illnesses. This has been recognised and supported by the World Health Organisation. This has been an expensive exercise for London, and we must take a proactive stance now. The removal of the large tree outside the school, which serves to absorb some air pollution, being replaced by some saplings elsewhere, is of course a travesty. Mitigation is largely offered in the form of money. The framework considers this to be the last resort and proves that Bloor acknowledged the presence of significant adverse impacts and their impotency in being able to rectify them. The proposed financial contributions to mitigate any material concerns is a very short-sighted view. The long-term effects from the development will surely outweigh any short-term monetary loss. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolby. Just stay there a moment. Let me, let me just go back through this. So I just want to be clear here. On your on your fourth paragraph, you talk about the National Planning Policy Framework.
Yes.
And you highlighted section 2, which deals, as you say, with achieving sustainable development. Just want to be clear, are you saying that in your view this proposal would not represent sustainable development?
Yes, well, the consideration is that, I mean, we do actually need the homes. That's not up for debate, but the infrastructure can't support it. I'm not sure how we get the new homes without improving the infrastructure. So the sustainability of the development, I'm not sure how they can, confirm that.
Okay. Okay, as long as I'm clear on your, I mean, obviously the appellants will have to give me their take on the proposal, and I'll hear from the Council and Rule 6 Party as well, but I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding your position and from your statement here. The other one I just wanted to check with you is, excuse me, when you go a few paragraphs lower down, when you make this reference to footnote 7 policies in the framework, and you highlight flooding, what are you actually saying? I read what you're saying here. 4 of the 5 local commuting routes were impassable after one night of rain. But are you saying, because you've highlighted this footnote 7, are you saying that Bloor is incorrect in its evidence to say that footnote 7 policies don't apply here?
Well, as a resident, I've obviously got first-hand experience of the roads. I actually live halfway up a hill at the top of Ashenden. Our garden is flooded for a lot of the year, which you wouldn't expect halfway up a hill. The houses at the bottom can sometimes have a foot of water. The roads around this area, every time it rains, there are big puddles. There's big puddles forming along Ashenden Road. So if you drive through them and there's school kids there, it's like they're at a water park. Whether the surveys have been done correctly or not, and they propose that there won't be any problems, is obviously up for debate. But the Environment Agency does show that the surrounding area is at between low and high risk in a lot of places. You can check this yourself. I obviously haven't included any pictorial evidence as such. I've only got a 5-minute speech.
Yeah. Okay. I think the... Well, no, I don't...
Sorry, just to add, I'm sure other residents would remember the date that these routes were impassable as well. I hope someone can help me in finding out that date. Maybe we have some photos from social media to show you.
I've certainly seen some photos, so yes, I mean, that's not a problem. I just wanted to be clear when you've referred specifically to a footnote in the National Planning Policy Framework. I just wanted to hear your response in that context. But
the footnote 7 is relating to paragraph 11 in the framework.
Sorry, say that one again.
It's directly on the page that references section 11, paragraph 11. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm happy with. I follow what you're saying there. I don't think there's anything more, Mr. Dolby, on what you've said that I needed to ask you about. So, again, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you very much.
I'll invite you to retake your seat. Thank you. And I think we've just about got to a time where I think it's appropriate for me to break for lunch now. I'll take an hour for lunch. When we come back, I'll hear first of all from Helen Wright. I'll hear from the others in the order that I'd indicated earlier. Can I please just remind you, if you haven't yet submitted your statement to the Council for copying, please do it over the lunch and adjournment, then it can be circulated. So thank you. On that note now, I'll adjourn and we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Can I ask you to start taking your seats, please, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. The inquiry is now resumed. Just so people are aware, Mr. Foster's just handed me a slightly updated version of his evidence. When he comes to present it, I'll ask him to identify differences between this and the originally submitted document. Just let me make a note of the document. We okay with the live streaming? That's going ahead, is it? Yep, I get the thumbs up, thank you. So we'll carry on moving through hearing from those interested persons who've indicated they want to speak. And I said we'd have Helen Wright. Would you like to come to the witness table, please? Can I check, how would you prefer me to refer to you? Miss, Mrs,
Helen?
Ms?
Well, it's fine.
No, I'd rather go with the Miss, Mrs or Ms, if that's acceptable to you.
Ms. Wright.
Ms?
Yeah.
Ms Wright. Thank you. Now, is this the same as the document that you submitted earlier? I mean, I've just been handed a copy of it now, but I had got print. That's fine. I'll double check the earlier one. Just bear with me. Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Wright, then would you like to just briefly introduce yourself to the inquiry and then read your statement, please?
Okay, my name is Helen Wright. I'm the mother of a 33-year-old son. I've lived in Ashington since I was in my early 30s for 34 years. I've run a business from my home. I've been a local teacher in the area and used the Ashington Road extensively throughout that time.
Okay.
I just had one sentence that I'd like to address to the barrister for the appellant, which is not on my statement. It's just a quick sentence, that's all. I'd just like to say to you that comparing SER 8, saying that it's the most suitable allocated site, is a bit like saying that the last deck chair that was on the Titanic before it sank was the safest. Okay, so here we go. So my submission is on behalf of my page, the Ashington Road Sufferers.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Your submission is on behalf of?
My page on Facebook, the Ashington Road Sufferers. 34 years ago, before I moved to Rochford, an acquaintance warned, I have one piece of advice about going to live there. Don't. His reason? The nightmare that was and is Ashington Road. Does anyone seriously doubt that all these years later the situation has not deteriorated further? Fast forward then to 1996, when as a Rochford-based working mother myself, I had to leave home by 8:10 a.m. in the morning to have the best chance of avoiding the congestion. Now it is 7:10. Is this even possible or practical for today's working parents? Because since 96, the population of the district has increased by around 10,000 to an estimated 86,000. So looking at the figures from the census, I calculate that those too young to own a car number approximately 16,000, leaving the remaining 70,000 or so as potential car owners. And when you travel the Ashington Road during the rush hour, you feel pretty much as if every one of them is in front of you. Yet, apparently, the proposals for SER8, as has already been said, have various mitigations. One of them is to remove the bus lay-by outside Holt Farm, pretty much opposite the entrance and exit to the planned development, forcing buses to stop in the road. If a home delivery van can bring Ashington Road to a standstill, imagine what a bus or two blocking the highway every 15 minutes or so will do. Since I started the Ashington Road Sufferers page, I have collected a selection of photographs, videos and screenshots and conducted qualitative and quantitative research to try to capture the situation in a more concrete way, and examples of my data have been shared with you. I did this because it is asserted that people will change their habits. You've already heard all that. So my examples, along with my primary survey of 1,200 road users, and I believe that's an extremely high number for a qualitative survey, should illustrate our present daily reality. And my main points are as follows. And this picks up on something that Mr. Francois said when you asked him how many of those cars from the new development would be coming onto the Ashington Road at rush hour. 58% of the traffic on this road travels in the rush hour 5 3/4 hour period. Therefore, the remaining 42% travel in the remaining 18 1/4 hours. It should come as no surprise then that rush hour is a time of major congestion and delay. Over 90% of rush hours travellers advise that they could not change their time of travel. 61% of rush hour respondents have already changed their route of travel, and a further 29% cannot do this. Out of the remaining 10%, a mere 1.9% could do so in the future. Over 95% of those who've changed their route responded that this is inconvenient or more costly for them. And overall, 87% of respondents who are able to change their time of travel to a more convenient time have already done so or are not able to. Ergo, if people can change their Ashington route or time of travel, they're also already doing it. We cannot expect further change. So lastly, to the main pinch points from the survey, all the respondents were asked to choose their two main horrors. This was actually equally shared between 3 spots, but I'm going to focus on 2. Firstly, the Hall Road Junction, which has been referred to several times, a daily calamity for many. This is where the traffic always comes to a stop. Incidentally, the traffic survey carried out prior to the Hall Road development, another 600 and odd houses, some years ago forecast that this roundabout, which impacts Ashington Road massively, will be 126% of capacity in the morning rush hour and 112% of capacity in the afternoon rush hour. And you can forget about 2029 because that is this year. Secondly, just getting onto the Ashington Road in the first place. I will provide some context from my qualitative research. People cite the side roads like Oxford Road, Holt Farm Way, or just getting out of their driveway in the first place as their main problem. The mitigation proposals will help neither of the 2 choke points that I have outlined. Even journeys outside rush hour are a frequent catastrophe. Journeys impacted 40% or more of the time are 3 times more than those under 40%. The highest percentage of journeys impact is 40% or more, and that's between 41 and 50, and with 70 and 80% hold-ups being very close behind. And it's also worth noting that this survey was carried out at the height of the COVID pandemic, when work patterns were very much more home-based. It's obvious, of course, that the increase in the population of the district has contributed to the severe impact on Ashington Road. But how can this be possible when the birth rate is falling? As part of my research, I spoke to an owner on the Braes Lane estate, another feeder to Ashington Road. He explained that although most of the people living in the new development are local, most of the residents in turn sold their houses to people from outside of the area. Is it fair that this should be allowed to continue when the Ashington Road is already beyond capacity and there are no plans to build any kind of relief road? The most direct route to and from Rochford, Southend, Hockley, Ashington, Canewdon and Fambridge, all of which are under attack from development, is via the Ashington Road and or the Hall Road roundabout. Bloor Homes may look in their crystal ball and provide you with their wish list regarding what might happen in the future, but I am telling you what is happening now. So finally, I give you my definition of severe. A collective cry of anguish from the users of Ashington Road that has been ignored for 34 years and is increasing.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wright, can you come back to the table, please? Thank you. Yeah.
Don't want to outstay me welcome.
Ms. Reid, any questions? Thank you. Okay. Can I check then? You've obviously included a lot of figures in here. What I've seen from you in terms of your written representations was, let me turn it up. So I'm not quite sure, it's not dated, so it wasn't, I can't tell you when you sent it, but it was received by the planning inspector on the 25th of November 2021, and there's a number of pages, photographs and that. Can I be clear, the figures in the statement that you've just given now, if I want to try and verify any of those, do I turn to this written submission that you've put in earlier?
If you want to verify the figures, you will be able to take them from the questions on the survey.
So is the answer yes? I look at this document that you submitted on the 25th of November, or at least that's when the inspectorate received it.
That's right. So
okay. So I haven't tried to correlate, but
that's right. The 9 questions that constitute the survey.
Okay.
Are where I have drawn those figures from.
Yeah, okay, I've got 9 questions there, and obviously I can see the answers to those, although I've not gone through them in detail. But you're telling me that what you've just summarised now, that's where it all comes from. Okay. I think that's possibly all I needed to clarify with you there.
I do have one point of clarification, if I may. It's just
okay, just
after
bear with me then. Let me just try. Yeah, it was just me wanting to check where the figures came from, and I think that you've clarified that. Thank you now, Ms. Wright. So I don't have anything further. So, Ms. Reid.
Sorry, it's just a point of clarification, if I may. It was just in respect to the survey, because I'm just looking at the covering letter that you sent in, and you set out that you represent the Ashington Road sufferers and what the nature of that group is. And in recent months, you conducted a survey, collected testimonials and requested photographs from our members, a selection of which I enclose with this letter. And it was just who you surveyed? Was it the members of your group?
Oh, no. Their survey was on SurveyMonkey. I paid for it myself. And we shared it on the Rochford supporters site. I shared it on my Facebook page. It was shared on Caring About Rochford. I shared it in We Love Southend. And I asked everyone repeatedly to share on their own page. I had quite a few PMs and messages via the various channels asking me if I could provide them with the link. Okay, it's a bit of a mess, SurveyMonkey, with sharing, but we didn't manage to work out how you do it. Don't ask me to, it's
No, don't worry, I'm not going to...
8 months ago, my mother's died. But I did manage to provide a link, and we gave everyone a chance. I know 1,200 people is a lot of people, but there are 87,000 people who live in the district. So, and we kept it going for quite a long time.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much then, Ms. Wright. You may resume your seat. Thank you. So let me move on. As I said before, I hadn't had any other requests for being bumped up the order, as it were. So let me just go back to, if I can find where I've put it, my original list. Here we go. So next one down on the list was Barbara Beer. Would you like to come forwards, please? And again, the same, once you're seated, I'll ask you the same question as to how you would like me to refer to you. Thank you. Address you, rather.
Afternoon, everybody. Okay.
Yes, so is it Mrs. Muzz?
Mrs. Beer.
Mrs. Right, bear with me then, please, Mrs. Beer. Make a note of this. This is... Right, so same format then, please. Just a brief introduction so I know who you are, and then read your statement for me, please.
My name's Barbara Beer. I'm a resident of Rochford. I'm a mobile dog groomer by trade, and I travel up and down Ashington Road for work. And I'd just like to, it's not in my statement, but I'd just like to concur with what Helen Wright just said, that I've had to arrange my appointments outside of rush hour times in order for my business to function. And if a lot of other people were to start doing that, then it would cause a lot of problems for me. Okay, and I'm afraid what you're about to hear is going to sound a bit lightweight compared to everything else you've heard so far, but this is just one person's experience, which I hope will add weight to our cause. Okay, so Blore and Essex Highways has suggested that congestion on the Ashington Road will be mitigated by people electing to travel by alternative methods such as bike and public transport. This is purely an assumption and has no basis in fact, and I wish it were true. I'm a keen cyclist. I'm not the competitive type, but someone who gets a warm, fuzzy feeling from cycling for local journeys, and I've done so throughout my life. In fact, my earliest memory of learning to ride is on stabilisers up and down Oxford Road, with my granddad watching over the garden gate. I like cycling to the shops. I know it's doing me good, doing the local economy good, and of course it's doing the planet good. Cyclists are known to shop more locally and make pit stops at local cafes. Cyclists cause zero emissions and it's fantastic exercise, so taking this option at every opportunity makes great sense to me. But not on Ashington Road. The last time I rode my bike along the Ashington Road, 5 cars overtook me on the uphill section of Warner's Bridge. 5 cars with no way of knowing what was coming over the brow in the opposite direction and leaving me nowhere to go if they had to take evasive action. It was dangerous and it was frightening, and it was the last time. It was the last time I will choose to ride on that road, but not the first time I've felt intimidated there by motorists and very vulnerable. Overtaking cars have often passed close enough for me to touch them, and they clearly expect cyclists to ride in the gutter. The road is peppered with potholes and poorly maintained drains, which standard bikes are not built to cope with. One wobble or swerve could result in serious injury. So now, when I need to visit the railway station in Rochford, or the banking hub, the chemist, or the council offices, I will use my car. Now, I know these problems are endemic on Britain's roads, and there is currently a government initiative headed by Chris Boardman to deal with them. But please don't allow this to lull you into the assumption the problem on Ashington Road will therefore be dealt with. I don't have any statistics or any computer models to back up what I'm saying. I just have 50-odd years of cycling experience, so I don't need them. I do know of one young lady who ended up in intensive care after she hit one of the potholes and fell off. She was then run over by a following motorist who was unable to stop or take evasive action in time. The drivers along there are much more inclined to take unnecessary risks, overtaking, and generally hassle the cyclists because of the congested road conditions. There is a cycle path that runs along parts. It starts and finishes randomly, and some of it is destined to disappear if the Bloor development goes ahead. The speed limit is 15 miles an hour to make allowance for pedestrians who may wander into the cyclist space. I would say it appears to be designed by a non-cyclist to accommodate children cycling to school and back. It's certainly not fit for purpose as an alternative commuter option. Commuters would need a superhighway along the lines of those created in London, which are exclusive to cyclists and allow them to ride safely at a sensible pace. But if Ashington Road could be widened to accommodate this, then it could be widened to accommodate more cars, and we all know that that isn't possible. So I'm afraid there is no incentive for folk to switch from cars to bikes along this road, and the idea that they might is simply wishful thinking, as already been said. I just want to finish by saying there are many other aspects of this development that I object to. The erosion of our green spaces and our green belt, the consequent impact on our wildlife, and in particular the disappearance of a number of badger sets from the site since planning permission was applied for, the potential mismanagement of our water table and consequent flood risk, the repurposing of our agricultural land just at a time when climate change and Brexit appear about to show globalisation as a failed experiment, and that we will once again be required to source food and commodities locally. But these are not the reasons why Rochford District Council refused planning permission. They are not political mavericks, and we are not NIMBYs. They did so because they know channeling more traffic through Ashington Road would quite simply be like trying to post an elephant through a letterbox. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Beer. Ms. Reid, any questions? No, thank you. Just stay there a moment. I'll check on my earlier copy of your statement if I'd highlighted anything I wanted to ask you. No, that was slightly short, wasn't it, that you'd said previously?
Because there were time constraints to get it to you.
Yeah.
I just did a synopsis of what I plan to say. I'm afraid.
Not a problem. I just wanted to see if there's anything there.
The ladies took a copy of what I've just
Yeah, no, I've got a copy of the latest one, and I don't think there's anything in there that Oh, there is actually. On the second page, I just want to be clear, when you told me near the top of the page, you said the speed limit is 15 miles an hour. What's that on?
That's the general speed limit on cycle paths.
On the cycle paths?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I thought you were saying, but I just wasn't totally... Thank you.
That's a nationwide thing, okay. Which is why a lot of cyclists choose to cycle in the road. In the road. Okay. Thank you then, Mrs. Beer. You may retake your seat. Thank you. And let me just work down my list then, please. I think I've got Denise Crosby next. I beg pardon? Yes, I put a cross, as well as a tick, I put a cross by your name and then forgot my own shorthand, but yes, thank you. So, the Taylorsons, Dr. and Mrs. C.J. and J.M. Taylorson. I understand that both of you want to speak. Can I have one of you up with your statement then, please? Sorry, which statement do I need?
Yes, certainly. So, thank you. So I've just got J here. So what name should I note?
Oh, sorry, Mrs. J.M. Taylorson.
Mrs.
J.M. Taylorson.
Mrs. J.M. Taylorson. Okay, thank you. Just bear with me while I put these numbers on it. Okay, thank you. So again, if you wouldn't mind just briefly introducing yourself so I know who you are.
I'm speaking as a private resident of Rochford.
Speaking?
Private resident
Okay.
of Rochford.
Yeah.
Just to add to something the last speaker said, actually, about cycling to school as a commuter option. I'm slightly perplexed as to which decade Bloor homes are in, if they think that a busy mother with 3 children who's probably got to drop them off at different schools and then go on to her own job after work, after doing that, can actually cycle to school. And I don't actually think using the buses would be much better for those of you that know the bus network here. Anyway, I'm slightly aiming my talk at slightly differently, because I appreciated that you didn't want to hear the same things over and over again. Nonetheless, I think it's a serious concern that's actually just been touched upon by the last couple of speakers. So I agree wholeheartedly with the objection and points made by others about the extra houses, burning fossil fuels, pollution, the traffic and the pollution that will cause. Also, I think a detrimental effect on Rochford businesses. To be honest with you, already choosing Rochford, sometimes you're weighing up Rochford, Hockley, and you think traffic. No, I'll go to Hockley because, and I do think Rochford is going to disappear or suffer severely if this goes ahead with the weight of traffic, because it's just not going to be a viable option to go to Rochford, to go to the bank or the banking hub or whatever, when you can go in the other direction in half the time. As well as the ecological objections that people are raising. Mr. Dalby mentioned about felling trees and bushes. But in addition to that, all of those things, I actually have grave concerns about yet more of our land, more of our farmland in this area disappearing under concrete. There's been quite a lot already, should we say. As a nation, and again the last speaker touched on this, as a nation we are far too dependent on imported food. And the problems and dangers of such dependency were recognised as long ago as World War II. Now, this actually goes on far, far beyond that, to almost a century of us being dependent on the rest of the world to import food from. Well, we had an empire. There were lots of places that we could import cheap food from, but those are gone. It's not the case anymore. That gave rise to the Dig for Victory campaign, where men and women were encouraged in the World War to grow their own food. Now, those problems still exist, and that was shown most recently in the pandemic. Whenever there's a crisis, the first thing people all do is rush out to get food. Now, in the pandemic, the first thing to run out, well, apart from toilet rolls, was fresh produce. We can and should be growing more of our own food and supporting our farmers to feed the nation. In the short term, it's an option. Sell the land, you'll make more money selling it for housing than you will farming it. But that could and should change. And I don't have the relevant document numbers to hand, but I do believe there is government policy to regenerate the countryside and to rewild. Someone else has talked today about the effect on wildlife and nature. And farmers can play a key part, actually, in that by the very nature of what they do. There's plenty of places in the world where they can't grow food. They're too hot, they're too cold, they're too dry, they're too wet, they have too much wind. We actually have a temperate climate and a green, fertile land. It should be prized and valued as such and not turned into housing estates. We don't have a vast empire anymore that we can import the cheap food from. We've left the EU. There's never actually been a better time for the government to invest in and regenerate our farmland and our farming industry, rather than let it disappear under concrete forever. And finally, both the government and Rochford District Council have declared a climate emergency. They've declared it, but we haven't yet seen a great deal of action. The scientists have told us we now have a little over only 10 years to reverse the situation, or it's lost. Now, things like trees, bushes, or green plants, they all absorb carbon dioxide, pump out oxygen. They're like the lungs of the towns and the cities. Now, you can't, with due respect to all homes, plant a few saplings to replace mature trees and ecosystems. It just doesn't balance the equation. If we look after nature, nature will look after us. It's as simple as that. The proposed development will be detrimental and damaging to the local area, to the existing residents, and the local environment. It's actually all about money. And I would like to close with a Native American proverb. Only when the last tree has died, and the last river has been poisoned, and the last fish has been caught, will we realise we cannot eat money. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylorson. Ms. Reid, any questions? No, I have no questions on that either, Ms. Taylorson, so thank you. You may retake your seat, and your Taylorson partner, please come to the... Thank you. Now, so what name have I got here then, please? Is this?
My name's Dr. Chris Taylorson.
Dr. Chris Taylorson. Just bear with me then, please.
And I agree with everything that my wife said.
Okay, bear with me. Right, well, again, a brief introduction and then read your statement.
Yeah, my name's
please.
Dr. Chris Taylorson. I am a resident of Ashington and use the Ashington Road very, very frequently. My objections actually fall into a number of categories, but do mirror most of what's been said before, so I'll try and keep it short. And I am in agreement with what my wife said. I'm not always in agreement with her, but I am in agreement with her on this. Loss of green space in Rochford would be a disaster ecologically. We could put the land to better use, I'm sure of that. It could be farmed, or it could be used for providing health and well-being benefits for the local residents and for the people of Rochford. We do live in a nature-depleted country, one of the worst in Europe, in fact, for that. And if we are intent on tackling climate change, then we shouldn't be building on green land. The 662 extra households located next to and feeding into the existing busy road, stroke area, stroke the infrastructure that goes with it, I feel would be an absolute disaster and place an intolerable burden on local infrastructure and services. The point my wife made about Rochford could easily die because of this, I know for a fact that I very rarely travel to Rochford now down the Ashington Road and prefer to go to other places, even though I do like Rochford as a shopping centre, because it's so difficult to get there down the Ashington Road. Anyone who's driven along the Ashington Road, and I know there's lots of figures showing traffic load down the road and it being acceptable and all this sort of thing, but it's not what we experience as local residents. What we experience as local residents is, especially during rush hours, but not just during rush hour, during all day Thursday when the bins are being collected, when on the way back here, I've been home at lunchtime, on the way back here, one Tesco's delivery van causes mayhem on the Ashington Road. Passing the school, the lay-by, which is where a lot of people park to drop kids off and pick kids up, at 1:45 is already full of cars. There's no space for people to stop there and pick up. I believe that the figures quoted in the studies for traffic density and pollution figures, I don't recognise those figures at all. They're not what I experience, and I'm sure they're not what everyone who's against this development experiences. And I think far from boosting local life and local businesses, it's going to damage it immensely. People already balk at travelling down the Ashington Road, and I think it's only going to get worse if we have 662 houses with associated cars, and that may be, as Mark Francois said, as many as 1,500 cars by the end of this development using the Ashington Road on a regular basis. It's an absolute nightmare. There's going to be obvious detriment to the local community. I think most people agree with, most local residents overwhelmingly agree with this, that the 662 houses are going to produce a situation that's going to be intolerable. An increase in roadside pollution and in particulate matters, especially around the local schools, is something that we really shouldn't be allowing to happen. And widening the road at the point where it's proposed to be widened, removing the landmark tree and the bushes, I think will create, as Mark Francois tried to point out, a dangerous situation when it comes to the families and children at the school gates. Local people who live in this area are totally against this development. You only had to drive down the Essington Road before the previous meetings to see all the signs outside the houses, all the way down the road, not just around the school, beyond Golden Cross, right down to Ashington Hill. People are against the development. This tells you something about the strength of feeling regarding this development. And I think it's not a suitable proposal for this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Taylorson. Same question, Ms. Reid. Any questions? No? Okay. I have nothing extra to ask you, Dr. Taylorson, so thank you for your contribution. Right. I'd got John Fuller next, South East Essex Friends of the Earth. Now, you'd given me your statement earlier, or at least it found its way to me. Just bear with me. Can I check if the other party's got copies of Mr. Fuller's?
I don't think we do have that one, sir. Right.
Do you have another one to hand? Right. So in a moment, Mr. Fuller, I'm going to ask you to do exactly the same as the others, to give me a brief introduction and then read your statement. But before you do, I did have the opportunity to have a quick look through this beforehand, and I see, unfortunately, it's littered with hyperlinks. One of the things that was made quite clear when I had the case management conference, and I totally accept that you weren't present at that, but the summary note that I produced from that has been put on the council's website, so is available. But hyperlinks web addresses aren't acceptable in proofs of evidence simply because they can be removed or the content can change. So I need to know, if you're referring me to a link, that I'm actually going to see what it is that you're referring to. So when you've put a lot of these references in here, what you should have done was extracted the appropriate part from that web page as a hard copy and appended it to your statement. Now, obviously you can't do that here and now, but I'd be content to accept that because clearly you've given me these links. But I can't just work with links as they stand, as I said a moment ago. I don't know whether what I look on that, if I was to go to one of those, whether it would be the same as what it was when you had referred to it. So that's what you should have done and what I'll allow you to do post your appearance now, if you want to put in extracts of those particular web links.
Okay, I'll work with what I've got. I have been away on a family emergency for a week and came back late last night to see the message requesting a statement be handed in to you. So that I sat at home last night and typed up the notes and sent the email to you. Given in the circumstances, we just have to work with what we've got. I wasn't at a case conference. I doubt whether other members of the public were there either.
No, there were very few there, but what I did at the case management conference was make it quite clear that the matters that were agreed at that
but as I say, I wasn't
included in a summary note, and I asked the council to make that available on its website. So,
as I say, I wasn't to know. I wasn't there. I'm a member of the public, and I will work with what we've got. So my name's John Fuller. I have been with South East Essex Friends of the Earth for several decades. I've lived in Rochford District and Southend for over 55 years. The notes that you will see here do have hyperlinks to such dubious websites as the government website, on which much of this material is actually based. So it was really done for the benefit of other people to check and make sure that if I give a statistic that you can look at where that source came from, but it's not essential, so we can work with what we've got. It's based on the adapt or die message. Adapt or die is very brutal, it's very frank, and it's something that everybody in government and business needs to pay attention to. It appears on the government's website, and it is from the Environment Agency, that we either now adapt to what's coming to us or we die. It won't be the planning inspector or me who dies, it will be our grandchildren. And we have to face up to those facts. So throughout the south of the UK, there's huge pressure for new house building to accommodate our growing population. But so much of the housing is being built in places that are only accessible by private car. They're being built on areas of precious wildlife habitat and often in areas that are prone to flooding and or close to the current highest high tide mark. This pattern of development assures us that more people will be injured or killed by toxic emissions from vehicles, that the estimated quarter of UK mammals that are under threat of extinction will indeed be annihilated, and that abrupt sea level rise caused by climate change will inundate hundreds of thousands of homes over the coming decades. It is incomprehensible that, despite repeated warnings from bodies like Environment Agency, much of government continues to support new housing developments in areas that are guaranteed to fail our essential short and long-term needs. To counter this threat, this group produced a video on how to provide the homes we need within existing brownfield sites. This was sent to every councillor in South East Essex, including all Rochford district councillors. You'll see that the strategy outlined here in that video is designed to provide new homes in ways that reduce car use, help us to meet the UK's net zero climate target, and meet statutory air quality targets. It's based on the idea of high density homes on existing brownfield sites that we have already in South East Essex. I must say a few words about toxic air and its consequences. Estimates vary on the number of people killed every year by toxic air, but it is in the tens of thousands. And I provide a link to a report from the Royal College of Physicians that puts the figure at 40,000 deaths in the UK a year. There's another report that I refer to that says that 5.1% of deaths in England may be attributable to particulate matter from vehicles. It must be noted that maternal exposure can result in premature and low birth weight babies. Inhaled tiny carbon particles have even been found in mothers' placentas. Children living in highly polluted areas of London are more likely to have reduced lung growth. In old age, a lifetime of exposure can result in reduced life expectancy and an increased risk of stroke and heart attacks. The links to asthma, heart disease, strokes and lung cancer are proven. but there are also suggested links to brain and breast cancers, diabetes, dementia, impaired memory, reduced ability to learn, poor exam performance, mental health problems including bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, depression and teenage psychotic episodes. Not only should we not be increasing car use by allowing new homes to be built in areas where it will be incredibly difficult for people to use public transport, we most certainly should not be chopping down superb trees that mop up toxic emissions and carbon dioxide. Briefly turning to the loss of biodiversity and risk of extinction of UK mammals, I would say that nature is in crisis. A quarter of UK mammals are an imminent risk of extinction, that is within 10 years. And populations of the UK's most important wildlife have plummeted by an average of 60% since 1970. If government is serious about reversing the decline in wildlife and wants to stop driving species to extinction, it is obvious that we must stop concreting over precious green space. I will add briefly that the government has a biodiversity target to stop loss of biodiversity by 2030. We do not achieve that government target if we carry on with developments such as this. I'll make a few notes briefly about sea level rise. A lot of people have already spoken about flooding that's taking place in the district, but I will add that the River Roach occasionally floods the Horse and Groom pub, and I've provided a couple of links to stories that have appeared in the local press about the flooding of that pub and that area. The Potsdam Institute for Climate Impacts Research has warned that much of the Greenland ice sheet is now doomed to melt. The UK government has helped to fund the how much, how fast research into Thwaites Glacier in the Antarctic, often referred to in the media as the Doomsday Glacier. Sadly, the latest readings from Thwaites Glacier have confirmed the worst fears of scientists. It is breaking up. Much of it will be gone within 10 years. This indicates the worst case scenarios for sea level rise are more likely to transpire. Sea level rise of up to 2 metres cannot be ruled out by 2100, with further sea level rise from 2100 to 2200 and beyond. The risk of flooding in Rochford is growing, and so the question I put to this public inquiry is, do you expect new homes to be habitable for around 100 years? Or is it reasonable to expect longer from brand new housing? If it is longer, then this application must be refused. It is probably safe to 2100, but the new housing development is not safe after that. But note what others have said, because just touching on what other people have said here in the public inquiry so far, they've mentioned that the area is prone to flooding, and of course Southend Road, the main link to central Southend, will, over the course of the coming 80 years, be cut off and be flooded on a very regular basis. It's not where you want to be building houses that's served by a road like that. Now, as I say, government is sometimes brutally frank and yet remains chaotic and disorganised. There is little evidence to see of joined-up thinking. This group can only appeal to you and to every level of government to heed the dire warnings that appears on the .government website from the Environment Agency. And it's specific and it is clear. We must now adapt or die. Instead of choosing death, that means toxic air, increased CO2 emissions from cars, the extinction of wildlife, choose mitigation and adaptation, embrace a totally different sustainable pattern of development. Instead of destroying cycle paths, my understanding is that the cycle path on Ashington Road will be severed. Other people have spoken about that. I don't need to add to that.
I'm going to pause you there. I'm not seeing anything of what you're now saying in the statement I've been given. So I just want to be clear. Are you, as it were, ad-libbing now, or have I not been given a full copy of your statement?
It says here, instead of destroying cycle paths, and that is a reference to the local MP.
I've got a page that ends with adapt or die, and I've been given 3 pages altogether.
Oh no, the final page is a quarter of a page there.
Yeah, I haven't got that. So,
well, I'll read it to you and I'll hand it to you.
Read it and I'll ask others to make sure you get a copy.
And then I'll hand it to you. So instead of destroying the cycle paths, a beautiful tree that this town has taken to its heart, the hopes of the young who attend the primary schools on the front line, let us choose life. And I give you the quote to the Environment Agency. The planning application doesn't fit with any of government's national policies on climate change, toxic air, or the protection of wildlife. I appeal to you to reject the planning application and appeal by Bloor Homes. Inspector, I just wanted to mention one thing that you said today, I wasn't aware of yesterday when I typed up these notes, and that is one of your options is to impose a planning condition. I would say that if you do go down that route, the only point I would make is that Bloor Homes should be required to pay for new flood defences to protect Southend Road and obviously make a very substantial contribution to a new sewage network, because we do not want sewage flooding through everybody's homes as the sea levels rise, because that is now guaranteed. That is what you have to contend with. It's not what we wanted, it's what you've accidentally allowed to happen.
Mr. Fuller, just so I'm clear on that, I mean, it is normal practice for planning proposals to be accompanied by suggested planning conditions, and a number of conditions were included, suggested in the committee report when this went to committee. So it's nothing new, and you said you only discovered it when I mentioned it earlier. Well, I don't know how to comment on that. It's certainly common practice that planning proposals have accompanying planning conditions, and in some cases they have obligations through legal agreements. So that's fine. But we're laymen and laywomen here. We're not professionals, and I haven't been in a public inquiry for 20 odd years, and so I'm not to know. And I do the best I can. But I know that obviously groups like mine will usually be ignored. The extra page that you've... no, I don't want it. I want it to go to someone from the council, please, so that they can photocopy it, so that others here have a full copy of what you've just said. Thank you. So, you have to remind me, Miss Reid, have I asked you if you want to put any questions to...
You haven't, sir, but I don't, thank you.
You don't? I don't think I do. So the fact that you've retaken your seat, you're one step ahead of me, Mr. Fuller. So thank you. So Mr. Fuller. Now I've got Leanne Dolby. So it's well coordinated now, isn't it? You walk there, I get a statement here, so it's going according to plan. Thank you. Just bear with me while I do the numbering of the documents again. So you know the routine by now. Please just briefly introduce yourself and then read your statement.
Yeah, no worries. It's Leanne Dolby. It's a Mrs. I live in Ashington. I'm a mum, I'm a grandmother, and I've got a very young nephew as well. And today I would like to use my voice on behalf of the children of Rochford, all of those children who can't actually come here and speak for themselves. In 2021, I attended 2 vigils by the oak tree outside Holt Farm School. This involved standing for 2 hours on Ashington Road pathway whilst the cars crept by and the congestion worsened due to rush hour traffic. After returning home, I felt sick and I had a headache, so I concluded that it was probably from the traffic fumes. I recall whilst standing there thinking how thick the air felt. I could see the pollution pumping from the exhaust pipes, I could smell it, I could even taste it in my mouth. This happened to me on both occasions, and I doubt that's a coincidence. In my opinion, the air in our area already seems pretty toxic, so I'm absolutely shocked that we are even here today talking about another proposed housing development. This particular development will include the possibility of an additional 1,000 to 2,000 cars on our already gridlocked roads, and the removal of an extremely old oak tree, plus other trees and greenery that are currently absorbing some of the pollution and reducing particulate matter in the area. As it stands, we have 4 schools and a nursery with over 900 younger children in attendance, directly along the section of Ashington Road where the development will impact the most. There are lots of older children and young adults who attend King Edmund School who also walk along or use the bus stops along the same section of road. There are many babies and toddlers in prams or pushchairs, usually at similar height to the car exhausts, who are travelling along this road and waiting outside the schools during the most congested times of the day. This could mean that there are over 1,000 children already at risk of possible health issues just in this small section of Rochford. The risks I'm referring to are the health implications that can be a result of breathing highly polluted air on a daily basis. For example, worsening of asthma, increased chance of asthma attack, reduced lung growth, memory loss and concentration issues, reduced life expectancy, and increased risk of stroke or heart attack in later life. Our children rely on us adults to protect them and keep them safe from harm, yet I've gone through many of the documents relating to the development, and excuse me if I have missed a section, but I could barely find any reference relating to our children's health and well-being. I was hoping to see detailed analysis on the current health status of the children in the area with specific focus on lung and respiratory conditions, plus modelling or statistics relating to any fluctuations where we have already seen the congestion level increase. In the 8.5 years that I have lived here, I have seen the congestion worsen to the severe level it is today, so I assume air pollution will also have increased. I have seen numerous studies that suggest that maintaining lower air pollution levels can boost a child's working memory and improve their ability to learn. However, I could not find any local assessments within the documentation, which I would have thought to be quite important considering the development is likely to increase congestion and air pollution in close proximity to so many schools. I assume that if the oak tree and other greenery are removed, then we would see an increase in particulate matter in that area. I couldn't find the calculations on this, nor any reference within the modelling. Considering this, along with the reduction to the pathway outside the Holt Farm schools, which would find the children closer to the road, I am assuming that the air quality would worsen in this area, therefore putting them at an increased risk. Every child has the right to breathe clean air and to live a long and healthy life. Yet in 2020, an inquest in Lewisham concluded that air pollution had been a significant contributory factor to the death of a 9-year-old child in 2013. This is an absolute tragedy that should never have happened and should never happen again. We all have a duty to ensure that something so devastating never happens to a child here in Rochford. Whilst it might be too late for us, our bodies may already be damaged due to the poor air quality in the area, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do all we can to protect the younger members of our community. If the inspector agrees that the parties involved haven't done everything possible to risk assess the impacts on our children to ensure there won't be any negative effects on their health, then I would kindly invite him to act now before we lose a child and to dismiss this appeal.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Dolby. Ms. Reid? No. I have no questions either. Thank you, Ms. Dolby. Has Mick Vanner arrived? Mr. Vanner, right. Oh, that's the last sheet for that one. Yeah, thank you. Bear with me a moment. Okay, welcome, Mr. Vanner, and again, introduce yourself and please read your statement.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mick Vanner. I'm a retired fire officer of the Essex Fire and Rescue Service of some 30 years service. 20 of those years I was serving at Southend, retiring in 1997. Now for a bit of history. Back in 1966, when I joined the retained fire service at Rochford, this is a service provided by men who live or work near to a station and turn out to incidents when called by a bleeper. The stipulation in 1966 was that you had to live within 3 minutes of the station, travelling at no more than 30 miles an hour. Some men were that close that they ran from places of work or cycled, but I used the car. I lived 8/10 of a mile from that station, so was well in that time required, often getting there second when called. Some members live much further away up the Ashington Road, and as I show you, sir, this is the development, Braes Lane. We had 3 firemen there, 2 in Doric and 1 in Ashington Road itself. I live here in Rochford Garden Way, and this is my route into Somerset along the road to the fire station. The brigade now are advertising at the station and social media for applicants to live within 5 minutes. That's another 2 minutes more of precious time. Excuse me. I have made 3 time runs from mine to the station, with me driving at 30 miles an hour and a passenger with a stopwatch. On Thursday at 8:15 in the morning, it took me 7 minutes, 6 seconds, but when I got to the junction of the Ashington Road and Somerset Avenue, I was 4th in line. The first car was holding us up, wanting to turn right. At 12:25, it took me 5 minutes, 37 seconds, and I was first at the junction. Later on, at 17:09, it took me 6 minutes, 14 seconds, and I was second at the junction, and both of us were turning left. As you can see, my travelling times have increased over the years. Not all incidents are fires, but many are special services, as road traffic shut in lifts, cats up trees, and not forgetting the children with their heads stuck in railings. Can you imagine being trapped in the car by your legs or in the fire? How you must feel. When am I going to get rescued? The list goes on what the service is called to. So that the quicker you get to an incident, the better. Less damage and less suffering for those concerned. Now, many of the objectors to the Bloor estate are concentrating going out of Rochford. But what about the traffic delays coming back into Rochford? I am concerned about emergency vehicles proceeding along the Ashington Road. At school times, there's a problem. Tipping out from the fire station, they come across firstly getting out onto the road, a roundabout, a crossing, a roundabout, a crossing, roundabout again, and then finally a crossing at Holt Farm School. Then we have, if approved, another roundabout for cars to turn into the Bloor estate. Many times I've been stuck between the last 2 crossings where drivers have nowhere to go to allow the appliance to go through. I can assure you it's very frustrating when you are the driver of a fire engine, especially if it's a person or persons reported, meaning that when the 999 is taken by the control, it's stated by the caller that there is a person or persons reported in immediate danger. So should Southend Appliances need to back Rochford crew, or should they go on another shout in Rochford at the same time, they will also have difficulty in getting through, especially from the Amber Lane and further up the Ashington Road. It was reported to me recently that there was an incident along the Ashington Road that's past the Holt Farm School, and the traffic was backed up as far as Hall Road roundabout, causing the Appellant some difficulty in getting through. I can assure you that since my time within the fire service, as a resident of Rochford, traffic has got extremely bad, and it's not going to get better, and even more so if the proposal gets the green light. So, Mr. Chairman, please reject this development as for the safety of the population of Rochford. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanner. Ms Reid, any questions? Can I just check then, Mr. Vanner, a third of the way down your second page, you said, then we will have, if approved, another roundabout for cars, etc., turning into the Bloor estate.
Yes, is there going to be where the oak tree is going to be at the moment?
If I'm looking at the correct plan here, then there's a priority junction proposed with a right turn lane, so no roundabout. So that's really what I want to...
I stand corrected, sir.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that's what you thought and that I'd looked at the right plans. So thank you, Mr. Vanner. I haven't got any other questions on your statement, so thank you, and you may retake your seat. So I've got Sharon Taylor-Eve. Thank you. How would you like me to address you? Mrs. Thank you. So let me put the numbers on this.
So I'm a married lady recently and live in the Rochford area. Most of my career I've worked locally in Southend and then more recently nationally across the country. I retired 4 years ago along with my husband. That's my history. I'm not an expert witness and can only provide evidence based on my personal experience and contacts I've had with other local residents. I've lived in the Rochford area on and off for over 40 years. During this time, Rochford, Ashington, Canewdon, Rayleigh, Wakering, Holbridge and Southend have all suffered from overdevelopment without adequate infrastructure resources being provided to support these additional houses, cars and people, let alone its existing residents. I will just show you something. I've made a lot of changes on my speech when you asked us not to repeat what other people have said, so this could be quite different to what you have on your...
Tell me if you're missing bits out, and tell me when you're adding extra bits. And if you're adding extra bits, go a bit slower so I can make a note of what it is.
Okay. As I said, there's been a lot of overdevelopment without the adequate infrastructure. The largest casualty is the Ashington Road, which isn't even a B road, but has to service all the traffic between those towns. There are many reasons why this development must be refused, but with only 5 minutes, I'll just cover those closest to my heart. One of the largest ones was the reduction, or is the reduction, of the pedestrian walkway outside Holt Farm schools, but that was covered very succinctly by Mr. Francois. But I will add just a couple of things. The pathways are already full at school times. For example, the reduction will mean that if a buggy is coming one way, there would be insufficient space for a double buggy to pass it if coming the other way. The only option would be to use the cycle lane, which would be dangerous for both pedestrians and cyclists. I have personally spoken to dozens of parents and children at the Holt Farm schools, and they are seriously worried about this. My next concern is pollution. This has been touched on by a couple of people, and I'm duplicating things a little bit here, but the air quality is already poor due to slow-moving traffic. Car, van and lorry emissions are at the height where babies in buggies, toddlers and small children are constantly breathing in this these poisonous gases, and it is dangerous to the hundreds and hundreds of school children who have to use the area to access the 6 local schools. With increasing levels of respiratory disease in children, their health really must be considered. My other concern was the proposed vehicle access, but this has been covered again quite a lot by other people. I'm concerned about the destruction of our 100-plus year old oak tree. It did have a TPO on it due to its age, and it is part of our community and really must not be felled. Its environmental benefits far outweigh any new trees that the developer may offer to plant. You don't start seeing carbon retention for at least 10 years after trees are planted, and even then it would take many years to be as effective as our existing oak. One of the infrastructure queries that I have is the doctors' surgeries have insufficient capacity. I've contacted all the local surgeries for their views on the extra patients, and although they have to say that they can accept new patients, in reality it's already very difficult to get to see a doctor. When I've needed an appointment, I've had to dial over 200 times to get through. Not a criticism of the surgery, but of the number of people needing to use their service. I was also advised that even though a surgery may wish to close its books to new patients, this has to be agreed by the relevant clinical commissioning group, and it's almost impossible to achieve the criteria to do this. Dentists also have insufficient capacity. I've been trying to register with a local dentist for over 2 years, and they're unable to accept new NHS patients. I'm in a fortunate position, which is there's a little bit extra here. I'm in a fortunate position that I've stayed with my dentist that I've been with for 25 years, so I don't need to worry about that. But I would like to have a local dentist just for ease. I tried again last week, still no luck, and they've suggested I call back in September. And the other dentist accessible on a bus route in Hockley has also confirmed last week that they can't accept new patients and suggested trying again in April. Flooding is my other concern, and I know this has been covered by some people, but my personal experience is that this area is already prone to flooding, as is all along the Ashington Road. My previous home was on the Ashington Road near Braes Lane, and several times over the last few years this road was completely flooded. This is due to several recent housing developments in Braes Lane and surrounding areas where green spaces, our natural soakaways, have been concreted over. Bloor will say that they have built-in mitigation measures to combat flooding, but I'm sure this will not be adequate for this area. The new enormous local Hall Road development has these in place, and some of these houses and Hall Road itself have started to flood. I've also been advised that Anglian Water had to compensate a property owner backing onto this proposed site as the water system couldn't cope. I was going to talk about conservation as local wildlife, but I think that's been covered by quite a few other people. And finally, my largest concern with the development is the Ashington Road. It is already massively oversubscribed. It can't cope with the current traffic, let alone probably 1,500 plus additional vehicles. There is no solution to this, as the road cannot be widened or junctions improved. I'm retired, as I said, so I can plan the use of the Ashington Road outside of obvious busy times, but even this can't guarantee that you won't get caught in traffic and delayed. And as others have said, just a delivery van stopped in the road can cause lengthy tailbacks. And I don't even consider travelling anywhere on Thursdays, our bin day. In summary, development of this land would add further pressure to our already overstretched infrastructure, and no amount of Bloor's money could mitigate the unacceptable increase in the use of roads, water and sewage, schools and health services, all of which are struggling to meet the needs of our current population. Houses are needed, but this is the wrong development in the wrong place. Please take all these objections into consideration and refuse this or any further large developments in our town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reid, I know I keep asking you the same question, but I just want to make sure. Thank you. I don't think I need to ask you anything more on your statement either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Taylor-Eve, so thank you for your contribution. Thank you. Getting to the end of my list so far. I think I've got two more. I'll then check if there's anyone else who I didn't take a name of earlier. But next one, Kevin Stevens. Thank you. Bear with me a moment, Mr. Stevens. Just checking on here. Yours was one that you'd submitted something in advance. I'm not quite sure if
yes,
I've
I
now
have
been
to change a few of the wording in it.
That's okay. Well, you may have corrected one of the things that I was going to ask you about. So
right.
I'll keep that to one side and see if you say the same. But just bear with me. I've just got to do the housekeeping of making a note of what I've been handed here. So. Okay, I'm ready for you now then, so just introduce yourself please and then read your statement.
My name's Kevin Stevens. I'm a resident of 37 years of Ashington and just a normal resident.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
I'm going to go, unfortunately, what other people have said, but I've got a different perspective of something.
Well, when I say no repetition, I don't expect people
I understand that.
to not touch on what others say. It's just I don't want to hear exactly the same time and time again. So,
I'm going to start off with, government and local councils must start to understand when completing these large housing projects, like the 662 houses proposal off of Ashington Road, we who live in this area, or these areas, the infrastructure has to be in place and not just promises like beforehand and never seem to materialise, like doctors, schooling, dentists, social care, hospitals, public transport, etc., etc. But I want to focus, unfortunately, on the local roads. Of course, the elephant in this Blur's project is Ashington Road, which we all know already is at a serious state. Now, I want to imprint a different perspective and permanent picture in everyone's mind, and that's everyone listening to this as well. The proposal of this 662 houses, I will start very, very simply, with each house having only one car. Take the average length of a car and the recommended stationary gap required, and this is a figure that is in the highway code, between each car. This will give us 3 miles of traffic. Imagine this picture of that starting from Holt Farm School, past Rochford Fire Station, Anne Boleyn, past the airport, Manners Way, through Cuckoo Corner, all the way to Priory Park. And that's just one car. Well, now I have personally spent the weekends walking around new estates locally, which is a estate near me, which is 10 years of 90 houses off of Golden Cross. And 95% of those houses have 2 cars, some even 3 or 4. Also, I went around the new estate, took several weekends, and weekends is the main point, not when everyone's off at work. Now we have 662 houses with, say, 2 cars. So of course, that gives us 6 miles of vehicles, which now takes the amount of cars from Holt Farm School, past Priory Park, past Southend Football Ground, right into Southend, down Queensway, to the Kersal, and then you still continue on for another mile along the seafront. And that's the picture. I'm not a figures person. I don't understand all these computer workings they've done, but it's a picture I have in my mind, and it frightens me. It really does. Is this really what everyone, the Blur and the local council expect us, the residents, to accept, to come out onto our Ashington Road, plus opposite Holt Farm School, and then try to continue along our congested local roads? I really hope not. With the current severe status at Ashington Road, it cannot take any more extra traffic. Just one, as many have spoken, and I won't go into it too much, is the blocking point. The one we all know and live in the area is Hall Road West Street mini roundabout. Already congested, long queues of traffic in all directions. But Ashington Road especially, imagine an extra 6 miles of traffic trying to get through there at some point in time. It cannot be improved due to the Rochford School and railway line. Also, please not to tell me that there are other routes that can be taken. There are not. No way is Rectory Road an option, or through Rochford Centre be an alternative. I am pleading to you, whoever are making this decision on this development, to say no, but also no to any more major housing proposals of or along our Ashington Road until there is another alternative road structure that can accept the extra traffic, or is the local council authorities willing to allow continuous building in this area until Ashington Road becomes a car park before a new road or toilet has to be built? I hope not, for the sake of us residents that live there. I want to finish up now by just painting that picture. Do not forget that picture in your mind of 6 miles of cars added to our Ashington Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stevens. I think in going through your statement there, you answered the point that I'd got flagged, so I won't need to ask you anything. Miss Reid? No, thank you. No. Okay, thank you for your contribution. Thank you. Roger Gardner is the last name on my list so far. As I say, I will check again in a moment. But thank you. So, Mr. Gardner, brief introduction and then your statement, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Roger Gardner. I'm acting as a resident of 42 years on the Ashington Road. I know the Ashington Road was once a good road. I wasn't there when it was built because the Romans built it. And it's the same road. Just a few more roundabouts on it and a bit better tarmac, that's all. Right, is Balleur a totally responsible builder? Do they care about the existing community and its future? How do they propose to make sure our human rights are not violated under the human right to clean air and healthy environment, which will be severely affected by the new building works being carried out and after? They have a legal duty to protect people. Right, will they be fitting sustainable energy, heating and hot water systems to these properties, like which is being proposed now? I doubt it. If a heating and hot water system will be by a condensing gas boiler, how many trees will be planted to offset the CO2 generated from these dwellings? A typical tree, fully grown, will absorb around 21 kilograms of CO2 per year. A new condensing gas boiler will run around 85% efficiency and will produce 215 grams of CO2 per kilowatt of hour per heat that is delivered. The average boiler uses 13,500 kilowatt hours of gas per year and will produce 2,900 kilograms of CO2 annually. To cover these emissions you will have to cover these emissions. You will need to plant 138 trees per boiler per year. You intend to build 662 properties. That means you'll have to plant 91,356 trees per year. Where do you intend planting them? We are entering a climate change emergency. What are Balleur's low carbon commitment? How are you going to monitor and control PM 2.5 and PM 10? This is a dangerous pollutant, it's been discussed before, and will affect the lives of both existing residents and future generations. Right, I've been looking at the Hodgson's Health Impact Assessment that you had carried out. When I read this, I thought, is this the same place I lived in for the last 42 years? Looking all through it, the things that you say, the Pusey family practice, yes, my doctor's surgery for 42 years, they're struggling before the outbreak. That is alone with any more patients. Oak Dentist is another one. They're not taking anyone for over a year now. It's been going on. The other one you mentioned isn't taking any to they don't know when. You can provide financial contribution for a new primary care facility in the area, but can you provide the staff to work in it? This is the point, you know, you can build a lovely big building and fill it with fresh air forever. The whole of this report is based on assumptions. We don't want a health and future based on assumptions. We want actual figures. After all, once built, you won't care about us or our environment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Just let me check, Ms. Reid. No, I don't think I need to ask you anything on your statement there either. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. So thank you. You may resume your seat. Now, as I said a moment ago, that I think, unless I've missed someone who did indicate earlier, I think that has run through all of those who had informed the inspectorate or the council that they wanted to speak and attended today to do so. Is there anyone else present who wanted to speak and who hasn't yet spoken? No. Okay, thank you. And I'm not aware that there's anyone who'd indicated they wanted to speak and couldn't be here today. I think Benjamin Crafts, I got him noted as attend and possibly speak, but it doesn't appear that he's here. Similarly for Jane Gay, Penny and Mark Hitchman. That was it, I think. So unless any of those are intending to speak and for whatever reason haven't managed to attend today, I don't know if they're either here or simply following on the live stream, but if you do still wish to speak, then please let the council or the inspectorate's case officer know, and we can possibly schedule you in on another day in the inquiry. But as it stands, that seems to me to be the sum total of statements and views, etc., being put forward by interested persons who want to speak. So what I'll do now, we've got to about 3:30, which is an ideal time for a mid-afternoon break. If we take a 20-minute break or so now, I would then expect to move on, Mr. Parkinson, with your first witness. Is that going to be... Okay, let's do that then. So I'll adjourn now and we'll resume at 15:50. Okay, thank you. Right. Can you all take your seats, please, ladies and gentlemen? So the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Parkinson, I'm just working out how we're going to proceed now. Your first witness, you said, was Councillor Eaves.
Yes, so if Councillor Eaves is making his way over, just while he does so, we had a quick, I had a quick chat with Ms. Reid about timings for this afternoon.
Yes.
Which is probably why you were asking me.
That's the very question I want to explore, yes.
Well, that's a rarity, but good that we spotted it. I mean, I think I'm going to be half an hour, 45 minutes with Councillor Eaves, which will take us to 4:30, 25 to 5. I'm conscious that Councillor Eaves has to go, as does all the other councillors in the room, at 5 o'clock. And also, Ms. Reid won't finish her cross-examination by 5, and also they're going to a full council meeting together. I think it just makes sense to end at the end of Councillor Reeves' evidence-in-chief and then start again tomorrow.
I thought exactly the same. I didn't think it was going to be necessary to leave Councillor Reeves in Purda overnight, so although it means a slightly earlier finish, potentially, it seemed to make sense, so I'm content with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right, in that case, just let me get well, tell me what documents yes. I'm going to need. I've got a proof and a rebuttal proof, I think.
Yep, so you need Councillor Eaves' proof and rebuttal.
Yep.
Mr. Blair's proof, not the rebuttal, his proof and the appendices.
Okay, just bear with me then. Proof and appendices, yep. Okay, I've got them within easy reach, so I'll just get to them.
The other two documents are the original transport assessment, which is CD 1.14.
CD 1.14, yep.
And then at the very beginning of the day, I mentioned a new document that I said wouldn't be a big issue. And I've now lost it. Here it is, which the other side have seen, and we've got copies as well. But just...
Okay, so this one's already been circulated. Yep.
So what it is, it's a Google... Yeah, I think we're... Oh, no, we're not. Yep. So... this is a Google Maps aerial image of the wider area.
Yep.
And we'll explain why in a bit more detail when we get to it, but in short, it's to deal with this point about are there alternative routes.
Okay, so just bear with me. So I've got that. The only one I just want to try and get out now is the TA, CD 1.14.
Yeah, CD 1.14. And actually, there's only one, it's a map within that I'm going to, and it's the only page. So I don't know if it makes sense for everyone to get it up now so we don't kind of...
Okay, well, I'll have it to hand. When we get there, you just let me know which page we need to turn to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've got more or less everything within easy reach there, so I'll ask you to introduce your first witness then, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Councillor Eaves.
Good afternoon.
So what I'm going to do is if you can take up your proof of evidence, I'm just going to formally introduce you to the inquiry by reference to paragraphs 1.1 and 1.2 of that. So we can see there that you're Adrian Eaves and you're a member of Rochford District Council and the ward member for Hockley, is that right?
It is.
Yep. And you've been a councillor since May 2016 and re-elected again in May 2019, and you're a member of a number of committees, including the Council's Development Committee.
Yeah.
That all still correct? Yeah. Okay. And then we can see also that you're deputy leader of the Rochford District Residents Group. What I'm going to do is you cover 4 main topics in your proof. I'm going to go through them in turn to do it by topic. So the first one is existing traffic conditions. Then the second one is traffic conditions proposed by the development and whether or not the impact is severe. The third is ways of avoiding the problem. And then the fourth topic is safety concerns at the Rectory Road roundabout. Existing traffic conditions proposed, ways of avoiding the problem, and safety concerns at the Rectory Road roundabout. So if we start off with existing traffic conditions. So if it's okay, I'm not going to ask Councillor Eaves to read out large chunks of his proof, just take a paragraph, read it out, short one, as a jumping off point.
Yep, as long as you're content that you're putting the relevant information before the witness and the inquiry, I'm quite content with that.
Thank you, sir. So if you can start off, Councillor Eaves, if you turn to paragraph 4.4 of your proof.
Okay.
And if you just, it's a short paragraph, if you just read that out.
There is clearly an existing level of congestion on the local highway network. This is a point that has been stressed by local residents in objection to the application. Further, the existing congestion is identified and acknowledged in the TA.
Okay. I just want to explore that topic in a bit more detail. Can you take up Mr. Blair's proof of evidence? And once you get there, can you turn to paragraph 4.4.8?
Can I just clarify, are we looking at...
So it's the text of his proof. I think you're in the appendices. So if you go back to the beginning and then turn to page 14 at the bottom, it's paragraph 4.4.8.
Sorry, I'm a little bit
It's all right, it's fine.
lost on this one. I don't know if you can help me out on this one.
So it should have a heading in the middle of the page, morning peak period.
From what I can, see, Councillor Eve, looking there, it looks as though you've got some diagrams on those pages. You don't want diagrams. You want a text document.
Hopefully, if you go right back.
I think he might have the wrong proof of evidence there. It's Mr. because I can see the Emery logo at the top. It's Mr. Blair's proof, which has got, Councillor Eve, it's got that logo at the top, that one. I'm just holding it up so you can see Tetra Tech.
Sorry, which one?
Got that logo, that one.
All right, okay, thank you.
I mean, it might be actually, I can just read out the paragraph, because it's not...
I might save a bit of
yeah,
time.
let me just do that. So paragraph, this is...
whilst I'm content with that, I don't want us to be doing this all the time, so I want to make sure that Councillor Eve is familiar with that bundle of documents that he has in front of him. Obviously, there's a difficulty finding this particular point, but... Yeah.
My apologies.
Would that be help? The appellants have got a clean copy of the relevant document.
Might well be.
Okay, it's winging its way to you.
Right, so paragraph 4.4.8, so to put this in context, this is Mr. Blair's account of the site visit that he carried out to the site. Paragraph 4.4.8 is dealing with the morning peak period. And I'll clarify with Mr. Blair in due course what that period is. But he says, my general observations of the morning peak were that under the wider highway network operated freely. For a short time, perhaps 20 minutes or so, significant volumes of pedestrians emerged from their homes and walked to and from Holt Farm schools. At that time, the use of the pedestrian crossing did cause queues and slow moving traffic down Ashington Road. The situation quickly returned to free-flowing after 9 a.m. And I just want to pick up on that comment about, in the morning peak, the wider highway network operated freely, and get your account on that.
That's not my personal experience, I must be honest. I have lived in the area all my life and regularly use this road, and I do find that it is regularly, especially at peak times, backed up quite considerably, especially from what would be the junction roundabout called Junction 4.
Okay, well, I think it would be helpful to just sort of break this down into time periods and to look at a plan so that we're all looking at the same thing. So have you got the transport assessment, CD 1.14? It's the white file, right?
Sorry?
It's the white file, I'm told, that you have right in front of you, apparently.
This one?
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you can get that up, and what we need is, it's Appendix C. It doesn't have a page number, but it's around, if you turn to page 86, start there, and we'll navigate from there. Page 86 is the end of the text.
Yep.
And then there's some figures. Skip the page that says figures. It's the next page. Okay. It's a page that says facilities plan. Are you on that?
Yep.
Okay. So let's deal first with the period between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. And if we just locate on the plan, we have the Hall Road roundabout. So just under where it says Rochford Primary and Nursery School, next to the station, right. So 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Can I have your view on the level of traffic and what you'd see on the ground between that period, 7 a.m. and 8 a.m.?
Before you answer, Councillor Eve, have I got the right plan here? Facilities plan,
Yep.
figure 1.
Figure 1, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to, before we get too far down the line, I want to make sure I've got the right plan in front of me. So I'm sorry, you may need to put that point to your witness again, so he's clear. Thank you.
It's the best plan I could find that sort of shows what we need to look at. Got it, yep. Okay, so it's between the periods 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. At the Hall Road roundabout junction.
Yep.
What you would see if you were driving in that period on the ground?
I would be coming from alternative two directions. One would be from the Hawkwell, which would be Stroud Green, as you see it on the left there. On those sort of times, it would be typically backed up to the new roundabout, which is shown against on the map there where Hall Road is written. That is actually a new roundabout leading onto the recently developed estate there. So that would be backing up to there, going to the roundabout there at that time of day. That is not unusual.
Okay, so just so that we've all got it, when you said backing up along Hall Road to the roundabout, can you just...
Yeah, if you come back from the railway bridge, going left along the paper as we see it, and you come to a small roundabout, which goes to James Drive and the likes, that is actually the roundabout that was built as part of the application for the Hall Road development.
Okay.
There, so it would be regularly back to that sort of area.
Okay, and for how much of that hour between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. would the queues be going back that far?
My experience is somewhere around about the between 7:30, and it's always been regularly somewhere not far off that roundabout at that time. And so, I mean, I don't sit on the road there to find out how long it goes for, but the indication would be that it is a regular problem at that time.
Okay, so that's Hall Road. What about Ashington Road southbound? What would be the position there between?
Yeah, when I've come from that direction, it is normally snowed up well down past the Dailies Road direction.
Sorry, past which road?
That's going north.
Yeah.
So Ashington Road.
Yeah, you said
Dailies Road, which is the first roundabout you come to. Well, it's sort of noted as a roundabout on this plan.
Okay.
It's just before the St Teresa's Catholic Primary School.
Yep.
That's noted to be well along. The problem that you have along these two times is that, in actual fact, along the whole of the Ashington Road at those times, it is very, very slow, very slow.
Okay, and then that's the period 7 to 8. Same question in relation to the period 8 a.m. to 9 a.m.
I've got less experience of that one there, but from what I understand, it is as bad. Councillor Lorraine Shaw would be able to testify to that.
Okay.
Sorry, was that about the same? Is that how you worded
yes.
it then? Okay.
It's not my personal experience, but that is what I understand that Councillor Lorraine Shaw experiences when she does her collection for the food bank.
Okay, so we'll pick that up with Councillor Shaw tomorrow. So your experience is 7 to 8, and Councillor Shaw will speak to 8 to 9.
Yes.
Okay, and can I have your sort of general view on whether congestion on and around Ashington Road has got better, worse, or stayed the same over the last 10 years or so?
I don't think there's any doubt that it's got worse.
And why do you say that?
Well, I've experienced it. I work in the area. My businesses have been always based in the area, and for the last 15 years I've been in Ashington, and so I use the Ashington Road consistently, and it has become quite obvious that it has become a bit of a hotspot, to say the least.
Okay. Well, I think we'll leave that there because we've heard a lot from local residents in terms of existing conditions this morning. I want to move on to the second heading, which is what will be the effect of granting permission. And you deal with this in your proof at paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6.
Can I put this plan away?
Yes, they can go now. Yep.
Yeah. I'll put it within reach, just in case. Sorry, you may need to
sorry, it's
put that point again.
Back to Councillor Eaves's proof.
Yep.
And then 4.5 within that.
4.5, okay.
And Councillor Eaves, can I just ask you to read out paragraphs 4.5 to 4.6?
4.5 reads, Table 2.2 to 2.6 in the TA show a number of junctions operating above practical capacity in the assessment year, both with and without the proposed development, and an increase in congestion with the proposed development. This mirrors the current experiences and concerns of the local residents. 4.6, as I drive regularly along the Ashington Road Rectory roads, I can confirm that I have been regularly caught in traffic that has resulted in a doubling of the journey time on many occasions and at various times of the day. It is disingenuous of the developers to conclude that the existing roads have capacity to accept the increase in traffic and dismiss the points at which the modelling confirms that the roads, even with the junction improvements, will exceed capacity. The impact on the roads in the area will be severe and irreversible should development be allowed to proceed.
Okay, now in paragraph 4.5 you're talking about what the transport assessment and its addendum showed. Things have moved on slightly because Mr. Blair has done some remodelling, so I want to take your views on the appellant's current position on modelling and in particular at the Hall Road roundabout. So can you turn to Mr. Blair's proof? And then within that, it's his Appendix 14, which is, there's 2 volumes of appendices. It's volume 2 of 2. And within that, it's page 35. Page? 35.
35 being the first page of that appendix. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Mr. Blair's helpfully numbered his appendices, which is incredibly helpful.
Sorry, can I just confirm? Page 35.
Page 35. It should say Tech Note 3.
Note 3, no.
I think you're in the proof. I think it's in the folder maybe you were originally in.
Okay. Let's go back and have a look at this.
If you look at the bottom of those pages, does it say volume 2?
This one here.
No, in the folder you're in. What does it say at the bottom?
Volume 2, yeah.
Volume 2. Now within that, does it say volume 2 brackets 2 of 2?
Right, okay, the after photos then.
That's what you need. I think that's volume 1 you're in, so if you go a bit further back.
Travel plan statement?
No, a bit further back. And then you eventually get to when it starts to say 2 of 2 in brackets at the bottom of the page. A bit more. Around about where that post-it note is, maybe. Does it say volume 2 of 2?
So I was still volume 2, 1 of 2. Hang on.
You're now at 2 of 2.
2 of 2.
Okay, now within that, turn to page 35. Okay, so what this is, if we just look at the heading, it's Tech Note 3 Updated Junction Modelling.
Yep.
When we turn over the page, we can see from paragraph 1.1 that the ACE TA, so that's the TA that came in with the application, included traffic modellings for the following 5 junctions. We can see them listed there.
Yep.
And then if we jump ahead to paragraph 1.9, we can see that Mr. Blair has then done some adjustments. He's validated the models, but updated the tempo growth rates and the trip rate to produce various models that are listed below there. Don't worry too much about any of that and what the changes are, because I want to go to the outputs.
Okay.
And if we then skip ahead to page 45 at the bottom, there's a heading, Junction for Ashington Road, Hall Road, West Street Junction.
Yep.
You got that? Right.
Yep.
Now, so I think it's the first time we've sort of looked at this in the inquiry, so I'll just go through what it shows in terms of how the table works. We have up at the top for this junction, so the Hall Road junction, the AM peak column, and then PM peak column. Has in brackets 7:45 to 8:45 for the AM peak. I think that should be 7:15 to 8:15, but don't worry about that, we can clarify that. Let's just take that as the AM peak. Then we have the PM peak for the second column. Then we have various scenarios down the left-hand side. So if you see the one is yours in colour, hopefully? Yeah. You can see the green-coloured one.
Yep. Baseline.
That says 2019 baseline TT validated model. That is the appellant's baseline case, so the existing conditions case. Then if you go down to the fourth column, there's one that says 2029 baseline, TT validated model, TT Tempro.
Yes.
That is the position, I hope it's okay to lead through this. That's the position in 2029 without the development. So that's what will happen in 2029 if permission's refused.
Okay.
Then at the bottom, we have 2029 with development. Okay, so that's what will happen in 2029 if permission is granted.
Yes.
Yep. Then along the left-hand set of rows, we have the various approaches to the junction, Hall Road, Ashton Road, West Street. And then for each of the peaks, we have max RFC, don't worry too much about that, but then we have average delay and max Q. Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay. So if we take, for example, the Ashington Road arm into the roundabout in the 2029 baseline.
140.
What is that?
That's 140.
140, brilliant. And then what does that change to with the development?
Down to the bottom with development, 451.
451, okay. So permissions granted, 451, second delay per PCU. If it's refused, 140. If we do the same with the queue, it says, what does it say for the 2029 without the development?
Sorry, we're looking at the...
Ashington Road queue.
Ashington Road. So that's 33.
Yeah, and with the development?
118.
Okay. Now, your view, please, on doing that comparison, 2029 with and without the development at this junction, your view on applying the paragraph 111 of the MPPF test, whether the residual cumulative impact would be severe. What are your comments on that?
Well, I think unfortunately, I think the applicant here has shot themselves in the foot, because it does actually prove in the figures that they've produced here that the impact is severe. I mean, you're looking at a huge increase in traffic and backlog, and it's in their own data.
It might be said, well, this is just one junction, it's just the Hall Road junction. I mean, what would be the effect of that? So 451 seconds, that's about 7.5 minutes. And 118 PCU. PCU is, without taking it very simplistically, is a car, basically. What would be the effect of that if that was experienced at the Ashton Road, Hall Road junction?
I think it has the potential to produce gridlock there, because if you're looking at that much delay, you're talking about it being the whole length from, let's say, Hall Road to Rectory Road is at standstill while it's waiting to go through the roundabout at Hall Road.
Okay. We'll explore that table and what it shows later in the week with Mr. Blair, but thank you for your comments on it. Which moves us on to our next heading, which is ways of avoiding the problem. If you can go to Mr. Blair's proof.
Which page?
And within it, paragraph 12.2.16. 12.2.16.
Sorry, I'm going to need your help here on this one again.
So, yeah, the text of the proof. It's the bound copy to your left.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that one. So 12.2.16. 12.2.16 on page 50.
Okay, got that.
And it says, the LPA/HHS state that the council does not accept that increased congestion will lead to drivers changing their journeys. It's widely accepted that drivers do vary their time of journey and route to seek what they consider to be the optimum balance. And it goes on to talk about other matters that we'll come back to. So I just want to split that up into the potential to change your journey time to get to where you want to, and the potential to change your route to get to where you want to. And we'll start off with changing your route. Have you got a copy of...
Yep.
Yeah. And I just want you to, with reference to this plan, talk us through the feasibility of changing your route. So I think what would be helpful is to explain where people are trying to get to normally and how they would get there or not without going through Rochford town centre and down Ashington Road.
I think the biggest problem is that if you're trying to look for alternative routes from most of the villages that are around this area here, there are no alternative routes. The way I've explained it is that it's almost like Ashington Road is like the middle of an egg timer. You've got, if you're going towards Southend, you've got Hockley, Ashington, South Fambridge, Canewden, all the villages out that way. They're trying to get, all of them are converging on the Ashington Road. If you're coming back towards the Hockley direction on the roundabouts, if you're coming from the Southend direction, you would then be coming from Sutton, Wakering, Shoeburyness, the near side of Southend, and if you were going from the arterial, trying to get over to any of the other side of the Ashington Road, you'd be coming down Cherry Orchard, through Hall Road, and splitting from there. The problem is that there is no option other than to use the Ashington Road if you want to get to either side of the Ashington Road. There are no good options. If you actually wanted to, let's say for instance, take the circuitous route and go down the 127, which you could do if you went down Cherry Orchard, or if you came from that sort of direction, you would basically have the same sort of problem. You wouldn't really, well, you certainly wouldn't be gaining anything timing-wise, that's for sure. The problem is that there is no alternative. Ashington Road is the bottleneck, and it is the neck of the egg timer. And I have failed to see, as someone who's lived in the area all my life, how you can avoid that problem.
Okay, thank you. Anything else you want to say on alternative routes before we move on to alternative times, and leaving earlier or leaving later?
Well, my experience has been that because I run a business, I come out at various times of the day, and I do tend to find that there are issues now with traffic at various times of day. People have already cited how things change when you have a delivery van stop, or when the dust cart is coming around, or when there's a bus. The other thing is as well to bear in mind that there's been a huge increase in traffic since, if you take a baseline before COVID, it's been very big after that, and there doesn't seem to be any way that can be mitigated against.
And do you have any comment on the practicality of moving the time that you commute? Or?
No, the biggest problem with that is that there's a total misunderstanding of the demographic of the area. I think that's one thing that has been completely missed out in the applicant's paperwork. The problem is that what you've got in this area, it's very much of a middle class kind of area. So people are employed, they have contractual obligations to be at work at certain times. The service industry, the teachers, they work in factories, etc. So to suggest that they could move their times of using the transport network or using the roads is quite frankly a rather bizarre thing to suggest. I can't see how that would happen. And the other thing to bear in mind as well is that there is no option at the moment on the table for more roads or widening to make significant increase in the traffic flow in the area at all. There are no options, and there is nothing, as far as I'm aware, being even discussed on that.
Okay, well, I think that leads us on to one of the other factors that the appellant points to, which is sustainable travel enhancements. Now, before I ask you about that, I do apologise. There's one additional document that I'm going to refer to. I always do this. And it's CD 1. It's CD 4.09. It might be. It's going to be in the card.
Is this in the context of sustainable?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's the consultation response from Essex County Council, October 2020.
Right. Well, I think I can see the folder it ought to be in. So. Let's just see. So 4.9, I've got a letter dated the 1st of October. Is that? Yeah.
If it helps, is it also in Councillor Shaw's evidence at Appendix 2, if that's a bit easier?
It's the highways bit of it.
Yeah,
So
1st of October.
I don't think Councillor Shaw's proof will be there.
Sorry.
Thank you, though.
Well, we've got a slight hiatus, and with Miss Reid mentioning Councillor Shaw's appendices, I haven't got a hard copy of those. So if I can have that prior to Councillor Shaw giving her evidence, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
I think we can provide it. 09. 4.09 from ECC. Yeah. Is that? Yeah. One of the electronic documents are actually, in a way, easier. I've forgotten, because you just point to a PDF page number and then you're there.
Sorry, Mr. Parkinson, I wasn't.
I was just
if
saying,
that was directed at me, I wasn't listening.
No, it was. Yeah, I was just muttering to myself, really. Have you got that, Councillor Eaves? Right. Now that we've got it, let's have a look at what it is. It was referred to this morning. It's the single corporate response from the growth and development team at ECC. Can you see that from the? Yes. Yeah. So it deals with a number of topics, but one of the topics it deals with is highways, and that starts on page 11.
Okay, got that?
Yep. And I won't read it out, but if we just scan down, we can see that they've said that they've comprehensively assessed the supporting material, talk about the transport assessment, and then refer to the 5 junctions that we're now talking about here: site access, Rectory Road, Daly's Road, Hall Road, etc. Then it refers to a series of measures that could mitigate the proposed development in bullet points. Then over the page, can you see there's a paragraph that starts the junction modelling?
Yep.
Okay. So it says the junction modelling has shown the traffic generated by the development will impact on the junction, I think that should say junctions, assessed. But with the proposed mitigated, I think that should say mitigation in place, in partnership with sustainable travel measures, the impact will be reduced to provide for nil detriment, or in some cases improvement. Now, let's think about junction 4. In terms of physical mitigation, to what extent is there any physical changes proposed on that junction?
There are none.
Okay. So to get to nil detriment on sustainable travel measures at that junction, that's what I want to ask you about. Can I have your view on the extent to which you think sustainable travel measures will take the position at junction 4 from the delay that you talked us through down to a position of nil detriment at junction 4?
I think it's pretty obvious that it's not possible. A nil detriment, I mean, it's already been proved in the graph that we've looked at that there will be a detriment. And no, I just can't see any possibility of an improvement there.
Okay, thank you. Right, I think we move on then to the final topic, which is Rectory Road and safety concerns at the Rectory Road roundabout. So you deal with this in your proof, starting at paragraph 3.5. And can you just read out 3.5 to 3.6?
With regard to the proposal for the widening of the Ashington Road, Rectory Road roundabouts to 2 lanes, we've been here before. As part of a previous development, the widening to 2 lanes to access this roundabout was previously proposed as part of a package of highway measures to mitigate the impact of that development on congestion and the local highway network. This was implemented and simply did not work. I say that the previous widening of the access to the roundabout didn't work as the 2-lane entrance into the roundabout was subsequently changed back to 1.
Okay, and then you've put in a rebuttal that's set out a bit more information on this. I just want you to talk us through the appendices to this. So can we start off with Appendix 2, which is the Google Earth photos?
Okay.
Hang on just 1 minute.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, right.
Yep, I've got them.
So this is a series of Google Earth satellite images. We've got 2013, 2017, and then over the page into 2018 and 2020. In terms of, we'll come on to why and the implications in a minute, but just in terms of physically what's there at the junction, can you just talk us through what we can see on each of these photos?
Sure. If we start at the earliest one, which is 2013, you'll see that there's been an island painted there which has been the paint has badly fallen away. And that's on the Rectory Road junction where it comes in from the left of the photograph onto the Ashington Road, which is the road effectively going north-south on the photograph. Go down to 2017, it is still there, but what you can see is that the painting on the island there from the Rectory Road has virtually disappeared. That is because it was a flat road there, just used as marcation in the road there, which meant that people were using it as a 2-lane approach. Now, what then happened was, if you look at 2018, they repainted that to try and get people to adhere to the original idea there. That didn't work. And so in 2000, I've got a local highways report that the work was completed in 2018-19 period, on what you see on 2020, where there is actually a raised island in the middle there, preventing people from being able to drive side by side there, or, as the safety report noted, allowing motorists to enter into the roundabout early.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so that's the changes over time. Now, you said in your proof that there was a report that resulted in the island being installed in 2018-2019.
Yes.
That says Appendix 1.
Yes.
It says Site Report, Essex Highways Casualty Reduction Site.
Yep.
Can you just tell us what you want the inspector to note in this report?
Yeah, there's a particular, on the second page of that report, if you skip down to the middle on other, and I'll read the notes that have been put in there. During the site inspection, a number of motorists joining the roundabout from Rectory Road undercut the roundabout island. This is likely due to the position of the roundabout island combined with the thermoplastic splitter island that can be overrun. Moreover, there is good visibility to the right for motorists approaching the junction from Rectory Road, and it is likely that motorists are making a decision to enter the junction early and failing to stop and check when entering. My concern there is that exactly what is being proposed for that junction is introducing back the dangers that were dealt with by this mitigation in 2018-19, therefore making the actual junction less safe.
Thank you. I think that's the end of what I wanted to cover. Is there anything else you want to add that we haven't already gone through?
I think it's just the point that, having lived in the area all my life, I have experienced a huge increase in traffic in the area, and I seriously do not see any way that this can be mitigated against. We're already looking at these reports that have been produced for us that do say that traffic will be beyond capacity, and therefore, as a council, we felt it was the right thing to do, as we were commissioned to do due diligence on this, to categorise what we saw and what we as locals experience, to categorise the situation there as severe, and which is the reason being why we felt it was right to put the application into a no-go.
Thank you. And so there's all my questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Parkinson and Councillor Reeves. As we said at the start of this last session, we'll call it a day here rather than moving on to any cross-examination, but that will be what we'll begin with tomorrow. So let me just run through a few things that I need to now. Bear with me. So one of the things I was going to do was ask for the attendance list back. I have been given that. Can I just check, is there anyone present who hadn't signed the attendance list who wishes to? So there's a few more. Perhaps someone from the council could just collect this and let others. Thank you very much. Thank you. So if you haven't signed it, if you put your details on that, please. Let me just ask as well, this is to the main part is, again, if I can find my bit of paper, here we go. Time estimates. I just, really, I was going to ask you this when we started this afternoon session, because I got the same thing at the back of my mind about whether or not we would complete Councillor Reeves, and obviously we've resolved that matter. But can I more or less rely on the time estimates that you've given? Is there any changes to them? No? Okay. So on that basis, I'll have a look tonight and just see how I see the rest of the inquiry panning out, and we can discuss that first thing tomorrow. So I'll do that. Attendance list, I'll get in a minute. I would encourage those who are attending simply to observe to take advantage of the fact that the inquiry is being live streamed. As I said at the outset, I'm saying this to try and ensure that we only have the people attending the venue who are strictly needed to ensure that the inquiry can progress, just so that we can be all as safe as possible. A reminder about this schedule of conditions that it may well have been sent to the inspectorate. I'm happy to take it by close of play tomorrow, which is what I said. If by any chance it exists in a hard copy form now, I'll take it now. But I'm not sort of trying to spring that on anyone.
I think we're printing them out for tomorrow.
For tomorrow, that's fine. Let me have it then. Update on the Section 106. I'm not expecting you to necessarily have told me that much has happened since this morning, but I'm going to keep on mentioning that just so that it's uppermost in your mind that you'll be trying to chase that. And the final bit on my little list here is hard copy of Councillor Shaw's appendices, which I said earlier. I see your neighbouring colleague has got one ready to... That's great. Oops, thank you very much. That's very helpful. So I'll put that safe. So, I don't think I've got anything more that I need to say before we adjourn for today. What about the start time tomorrow? I was thinking we'd still go for 10 o'clock tomorrow. Is that okay with everyone, or is anyone thinking we need to move to 9:30? No? Let's do 10 o'clock tomorrow. I may take the opportunity to do a little bit of driving around before we start, so I'll do that. Okay, anything that any of the parties need to address me on before I adjourn? No? Shakes of heads. So I'm waiting for the attendance list to come back. That can come back after I've adjourned. I'm happy for that. But on that note, thank you all for attending. I'll adjourn now and we'll resume tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.